What? Eugene was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly turned his head in horror, and his heart turned cold. It was empty behind him. Where was the person? You dare to trick me? Do you think you can escape like this? Eugene flew into a rage. How dare Xianxia make fun of him? Even if he was distracted for a moment, how could he, a mere martial lord, escape? He turned around in a hurry and saw Xianxia approaching him instead of running away, the tip of his nose almost touching his face. What do you want to do? Eugene was shocked and quickly stepped back. A strange smile appeared on Xianxia's face, and he was suddenly dumbfounded. Not good. It's a spiritual attack. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. A large amount of invisible force madly poured in, causing his spiritual sense to be temporarily sealed for a moment. In just a moment, Xianxia made a grabbing motion with his hand, and a golden tadpole-like character emerged in his palm, which then shrouded Eugene. What is this? After all, Eugene was a 5-stars martial emperor. He immediately recovered from the momentary daze. His eyes were clear as he looked at the huge golden light that trapped him. Ancient and profound characters kept appearing in it. He was slightly shocked, but he did not panic. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was obvious. Xiao must put up a fearless resistance, he said calmly. I know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve and a lot of trump cards, but they're all useless in front of me. Xianxia's extremely serious expression relaxed in an instant. He smiled and said, It's nothing. I'll take you to a good place. Eugene's pupils constricted. Just as he was about to circulate his innate qi to shake the golden light and the characters away, he suddenly saw Xianxia spit out a simple tune from his mouth. His whole body went numb, and he turned into a beam of light that was sucked into Xianxia's glabella. The next moment, he appeared in the Divine Realm tablet. What is this place? Eugene's face paled in shock as he saw that the world was red and the temperature was extremely high, as if he was being roasted in a steamer. He hurriedly spread out his divine sense, only to find that this place was boundless. He said in horror, Could it be an illusion? What kind of illusion is this? It's so powerful. Hee. A laugh rang out, and Xianxia's figure gradually appeared in front of him. This is not an illusion. As for where it is, there is no harm in telling you. Because before I can easily suppress you, don't even think about leaving this place. He pointed at Eugene with one hand, and a stream of flame qi turned into a fire snake and tried to bind Eugene. How arrogant! You're just a martial lord. Even if you have a heaven-defying Xian artifact, do you really think you can suppress me? Eugene's heart was filled with anger, and he had a bad feeling about this place. Seeing the fire snake coming at him, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The power of thunder in his hand crackled and struck out, turning into a few thunder-light mountains that cut through the air. His lightning flash had only extended for a few meters when it disappeared without a sound. It was like a flame meeting water, giving off a hissing sound as it was extinguished. What's going on? Eugene's heart trembled, and his eyes widened like copper bells. He said in horror, An illusion. This must be an illusion. With the huge difference in strength between you and me, any illusionary technique is useless. Whoosh! Just as he was blabbering on and on, the fire snake instantly tied him up and wrapped him up into a ball of fire, struggling in the air. Xianxia chuckled and pointed with his index finger. Eugene immediately felt a gravity tens of thousands of times stronger than before, and he fell toward the endless sky net flame array. It's rare for a 5-stars martial emperor to let my subordinates practice their formation techniques. I've sent a martial emperor here for you to practice on. It's a good time for you to familiarize yourself with the great formation. The fire snake on Eugene's body suddenly disappeared, and he could move freely again. However, at this moment, a scorching light suddenly erupted from the sea of fire on the ground and swallowed him up. Humph, you can be at ease and be a sparring partner here. Don't even think about going out for a long time. Xianxia sneered. The figure was a soul form, so it gradually disappeared. He was lucky this time. He caught Jolene off guard and pulled him into the Divine Realm tablet. Otherwise, he would have no chance of winning at all. In the Divine Realm tablet, he was a god. Even if a martial emperor entered, he would be suppressed. Xiao checked the Tiger King chariot and found that it had not suffered much damage. Then he immediately rushed to Chonghua Island. At the bank of Brightheart Lake, Xianxia, who had started to feel uneasy, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the figure approaching from the distance, he showed a rare smile. The Tiger King chariot was not something an ordinary force could own, so Xiao's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. When they saw who it was, the young disciples who had watched the battle in Xiangyang City changed their expressions and fear flashed in their eyes. Who was this ostentatious young man? What a big attitude! Chu Yu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He saw Xianxia's expression and immediately guessed the identity of this person. He made a slight gesture and a man behind him immediately understood and slowly retreated. Who knows? Almost everyone is here. Let's start. Xianxia smiled. With Xiao here, he was at ease. Although the other party was a 3-stars martial grandmaster, one could not understand how terrifying Xiao's earth-shaking strength was without seeing it with their own eyes. Horson's eyes flickered as he chuckled and said, "Could this be the 15-year-old boy who fought with a martial grandmaster? You look very lively. Didn't you get beaten to death?" Outside the building, there was also a burst of noise and discussion, all of them with unfriendly expressions. How can a mere martial lord own a Tiger King chariot? He's probably a prodigal son from some reclusive family. These hermit families are rich but stupid. I'll rob 1 or 2 of them some other day. Haha! How arrogant! A teenager smiled at a middle-aged man and said, "Senior brother, do you think this man can still keep his Tiger King chariot after he enters Chonghua Island? There was really something wrong with his brain. Revealing your wealth like this, aren't you just looking for trouble?" "Shut up." The middle-aged man directly punched him on the head and glared at him. "Do you want to die? This man is the city lord of Yanwu, Li Yunxiao." The middle-aged man's words were like a curse, causing the surrounding people to immediately pale and close their mouths. The junior brother paled in fright and hurriedly covered his mouth. However, there were still many people from the Tianxiang Empire and Musu Empire who had looks of ridicule and disdain. Luo Qingyun, who was in the crowd, narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao. At the same time, there were also a few unfriendly gazes that also flickered with a sharp light. Anything in front? In the sacred land of the Brightheart Lake, everyone is walking forward. Yet you dare to be so disrespectful to sit in a chariot. Get off! A loud and clear roar came from the building, and then a light streaked across the sky. A huge copper hammer the size of a small mountain crashed toward the Tiger King chariot. Standing on top of the hammer was a large man with an awe-inspiring presence. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at the man on the chariot with a cold smile on his face. Inside the building, a trace of anger flashed across Xianxia's face. He said coldly, "Chu Yu, what do you mean by this?" "My guards are responsible for the safety of this Brightheart Lake," Chu Yu said with a faint smile. "It's too dangerous for this Li Yunxiao to drive his chariot around. Tell him to keep an eye." Horson looked surprised and opened his mouth wide. "Watch out. Brother Chu Yu's guard is a 9-stars martial king, right? Don't spoil that little brother with your looks." Chu Yu chuckled and said, "Brother Huisan, you're overthinking it. This little brother has fought against a martial grandmaster. What's there to be afraid of when he's only a martial king? Right, brother Xianxia? Haha, that's true." Huisan also laughed, and the two of them echoed each other with a teasing look. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and an imperceptible smile appeared on his face. He snorted, "I'm just afraid that Li Yunxiao will accidentally kill your guard." Chu Yu was stunned and then laughed. "Haha, thank you for your concern, brother Xianxia. If he accidentally loses his life, it's because he's not as good as you, and he deserves to die." He emphasized the last few words, as if they had a profound meaning. "Humph!" Xianxia snorted and stopped talking. He looked coldly outside the building. Xiao stood at the front of the Tiger King chariot and sneered as he looked at the big hammer that was approaching. A fifth-ranked hammer, you want to see who's tougher, right? Then I'll fulfill your wish. He made a few hand seals, and a layer of defense immediately appeared on the chariot. All the formations attached to the chariot were activated, adding to the momentum and slamming against the hammer. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, forming a black mass. What? Everyone was taken aback. How could there be such a prodigal? The Tiger King chariot was a fifth-tier war weapon, and it was extremely precious. He actually used it to hit a hammer. Aya, what a prodigal, what a prodigal! The pupils of the burly man on the hammer contracted, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had thought that the other party would save the chariot no matter what to prevent it from being destroyed when he struck with the hammer. Who knew that it would actually collide with him? Although they were both fifth-tier profound armaments, but he wasn't stupid enough to think that his war hammer could go against a war chariot. He hurriedly stomped on it with both his feet and immediately pushed the hammer down, changing his direction to turn around and leave. Since you're here, let your hammer and my car have a good time. Why are you running? With a sneer, Xiao cast a spell, and an array on the chariot immediately began to spin, emitting a very strong yellow light that fell on the burly man. Whoosh! The man who was standing on the hammer suddenly seemed to be pulled by something and fell down violently, fast as lightning. Gravity array. It's at least 10,000 times gravity array. The burly man was taken aback, and his entire body was pulled down by a huge suction force. However, this was not the most important thing. What scared him even more was that the Tiger King chariot was in hot pursuit. It was right above him, roaring and pressing down, covering the sky and earth. There was no way to avoid it. Stop! Stop! The burly man was so anxious that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He circulated his true chi to the peak to resist the pressure of the 10,000 times gravity as he roared at Xiao with all his strength. Stop? Didn't you want me to roll down? Now you want to stop after you've started rolling? Are you kidding me? A cold gleam flashed in Xiao's eyes as a ray of light sprinkled down from his hand. A few strange characters were hidden in it, instantly locking the burly man who was about to escape with all his strength, making him unable to move. You're so silly. The burly man was accumulating power, planning to jump away the moment he landed. Who knew that under the light, a strange force actually sealed his meridians in an instant, and he couldn't use any strength. He immediately shouted in fear, Lord Chuyu, save me. Boom! The warhammer struck the ground, and a huge tremor exploded. The surrounding martial artists all retreated. Then they saw a horrifying scene. The huge Tiger King chariot also fell down into the deep pit. The chariot was still glowing with a strange light. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the chariot landed on the ground, Xiao shot out dozens of meters high and watched it fall in coldly. He performed an incantation gesture with one hand and said expressionlessly, Explode! Boom! There was no sound, and everyone could only see the ground being lifted up like a carpet. A huge mushroom of light bloomed on the ground and spread in all directions. The faces of some of the warriors who were standing closest to him instantly turned pale. The aura of death surged from the bottom of their hearts, and they were filled with despair. The moment the Tiger King chariot exploded, a figure shot out from the building and landed gently near the mushroom of light. It was Xianxia. He stretched out his hand with a calm face. In an instant, a defensive barrier condensed in his palm and shot out. With him as the center, it spread out in a circle and actually sealed the mushroom-shaped explosive energy. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was horrified to hear the explosion of energy within the defense. Then, the light continued to bloom for a while before it gradually extinguished and turned into nothingness. Xianxia took a deep breath. A green light flashed and the defense was opened instantly. A huge black pit with a diameter of over 20 meters appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. The burly man standing on the hammer had disappeared without a trace. Let alone a corpse, even the piece of armor on the fifth-grade hammer was probably gone. It's enough to teach him a lesson. Is there a need to make such a big move? Xianpai looked at Yunxiao, who was slowly descending from the sky, with a hint of blame, but there was a smile on his face, and he was obviously very happy. Brat, you're so vicious. Chuyu appeared in the air with a gloomy face and said coldly, This is not Firecrow Empire. You can't be so presumptuous here. Yunxiao was not afraid of Chuyu's martial emperor aura at all. He spread his hands helplessly, shook his head and said, He told me to roll down, so I rolled down for him. It's precisely because I'm not in Firecrow Empire that I'm always careful in everything I do, and I'll do whatever others tell me to do. He paused, and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. However, I've never seen such a perverted request in my life, hehe. You coward! Chuyu was furious. As a member of the royal family and a martial emperor, he had always been arrogant and domineering. He had never been ridiculed like this before. You're looking for death. He made his move in an instant. An arc of light shot out of his fingertip, making a sharp piercing sound as it shot toward Yunxiao's forehead. Bang! Xianpai's figure flashed and his fist directly hit the arc of light. The two forces exploded in the air, as beautiful as the blooming and withering of flowers. Brother Chuyu, your lustrous arc finger has improved quite a bit. I would really like to spar with you again. Xianpai stared at Chuyu with a sneer on his face. Looking at the other party's gloomy expression, he felt an unspeakable sense of comfort in his heart. The martial artists below, who were already crowded, instantly distanced themselves, not daring to come close. When the immortals fought, the mortals suffered. If Xianpai hadn't attacked just now, most of them would have been dead. Now that there were two martial royal realm experts facing each other, they were even more frightened and avoided it. Haha! Aren't you too afraid of being laughed at by these juniors? Horson appeared between the two of them with a smile on his face and said, If you want to spar, you should find a good day, right? It's getting late, so let's get things done as soon as possible. If we delay the contest, none of us will be able to bear the responsibility. You're right, Brother Huisan, Xianpai sneered. But I'm afraid Brother Chuyu's hands are itching for a fight and can't help it. Chuyu's face was livid as he stared at Yunxiao and said, I hope you can always have such good luck and walk out of Chenghua Island alive. Yunxiao picked his ears in disdain and said with a sneer, Why do I feel so uncomfortable hearing that? Did you eat shit when you woke up this morning? Everyone was shocked and gasped. How dare he talk to a martial royal realm expert like that? The disciples in the distance tried their best to squeeze further away. They seemed to have felt Chuyu's shocking anger and were afraid of suffering. You're really looking for death. Chuyu was so angry that his chest was about to explode, and smoke was coming out of his head. But when he saw Xianpai standing vigilantly in front of Yunxiao, he immediately took a few deep breaths and forced himself to hold back while gritting his teeth. Cold sweat also broke out on Horson's forehead. He gave Yunxiao a look of admiration and said with an embarrassed smile, This kid is interesting, he has guts. I don't know if it's because he's tough enough. I'm in charge of my own life, said Xianpai coldly. If someone doesn't know what's good for them and tries to play tricks in the dark, there are a few thousand people here, enough for me to kill for a while. He was afraid that Chuyu would use underhanded means, so he had said those harsh words first. If he was killed by his peers on Chenghua Island, it would be his death. However, if there were any experts who were secretly waiting for an opportunity to strike, he would definitely kill all the thousands of people from Tianxiang who were participating in the competition. Chuyu's expression changed greatly. He understood the meaning of Xianpai's words. If that was the case, it would definitely turn into a war between two countries, and not just a war between mortals. All the major forces would definitely get involved, and it was even very likely that the sanctuary would take action in the end. Haha, Brother Xianpai, you're overthinking. The experts of the three major forces are guarding Chenghua Island. Who would dare to do anything sneaky? Seeing that the situation had turned stiff, Horson hurriedly came out to smooth things over. There's no time to waste. Let's start. Only then did the two of them step back. They faced each other coldly and no longer spoke. However, Chuyu's face was gloomy and uncertain. The scene from a few days ago flashed through his mind. The Zhou family, one of the 4 great families of Firecrow Empire, had secretly sent someone to the court, offering a bargaining chip that even he was tempted to use. They wanted to kill Yunxiao in the quota competition with the help of the Sky Fragrance Empire. In addition, he had collected all kinds of information about Yunxiao and sent them to them. When he first saw it, he was shocked for a long time. At one point, he even suspected that the information was wrong. He had sent people to infiltrate Xiangyang City again to investigate, and only then was he able to confirm it. In particular, during the battle on the Golden Crow Divine Ring, he had killed a Wu Zong with a wave of his hand. Although there was some luck involved, tens of thousands of people had witnessed it. Chu Yu came back to his senses and looked at Luo Qingyun in the distance. He nodded slightly, full of killing intent. Luo Qingyun was an outer region disciple, and even he didn't know his identity. Originally, he wouldn't have been given this opportunity, but the Zhou family had sent him too much. To play it safe, he had added Luo Qingyun into the list of candidates for the quota competition. This was because he had tested Luo Qingyun's strength before. It was not as simple as a 3-stars martial grandmaster. If Luo Qingyun made a move, Yunxiao would die without a doubt. The killing intent on Chu Yu's face was seen by the tens of thousands of disciples. They all broke out in cold sweat, knowing that Chonghua Island would not be peaceful. Xian Pai, on the other hand, sneered as he looked Luo Qingyun up and down. Although he felt that Luo Qingyun was a little strange and could not be seen through, he was still very confident in Yunxiao. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed Yunxiao's amazing record of fighting against 3 alchemists alone in the Alchemist Association that he had great confidence in him. Everyone, quiet down. Horson took a few steps in the air and coldly said to the disciples who were cowering in the distance, "I won't say any nonsense. There are a total of 2,000 slots and 10,000 participants. The time limit is 3 days." He took out a square-shaped crystal and raised it high. It slowly glowed in the sunlight. The 4 corners of the crystal were inlaid with gold, and in the middle, an ancient symbol was constantly rotating, full of spiritual qi. Huasen explained, "There are a total of 2,000 of these crystals on Chonghua Island. Each of them represents a place to enter Mount Meru. Everyone could collect as much as they could. The rules are very simple. You can use any means except for killing with ill intent. The island is being closely monitored by the experts of the Elusive World Valley, the Juqian sect, and the Thousand Crane Pavilion. If someone's life is in danger, you can shout, 'I admit defeat,' and the experts will immediately come to save you and take you away from the Chonghua Island. However, you have to hand over the quota crystal and put it back on the island. If there are crystals that haven't been discovered after 3 days, then on the last day, these undiscovered crystals will be jolted into the sky by the formation and all appear. At that time, we'll rely on our own means and the capable will occupy it." In fact, everyone already knew these rules, and Horson was just announcing them again as a routine. "Now, we'll start the teleportation." He pointed a finger downwards, and a ray of light shot into the ground. It began to spread, and wherever it passed, array runes appeared in a radius of 100 meters. The array was inlaid with thousands of primordial stones full of primordial qi. Under Hua Sen's activation, the primordial stones emitted an amazing amount of primordial qi and gathered in the center of the array. Soon, a warm light rushed out from the array, condensed in the air, and slowly opened. This is a short-distance teleportation gate that leads directly to Chonghua Island. Moreover, it was a random teleportation, and everyone would land in a different place after entering. If there are disciples from the same sect, they will have to gather by their own means. A smile appeared on Huasen's face, and his eyes gradually focused. He said, "Now everyone go in." The teleportation gate opened, and it was the first time for most of the disciples to see the teleportation formation. They were all very enthusiastic and rushed in, hoping to find the quota primordial stones first. After walking for a full 15 minutes, only a few people remained and walked in unhurriedly. One of them, a man in a dark blue brocade robe, walked past Yunxiao and gave him a cold look before walking into the teleportation array. He was followed by many companions, all of whom were looking at Yunxiao with mocking eyes as they followed him in. Luo Qingyun had been staring at Yunxiao. When the crowd was ridiculing him, and only the two of them were left, he suddenly made an inviting gesture and said with a smile, "After you, please." Yunxiao gave him a look, then walked in without any courtesy and replied indifferently, "Thanks." He had been in the limelight just now and seemed to have become the target of public criticism. As soon as he walked into the teleportation array, the scenery in front of him changed. He had already entered a different space and arrived in a forest. When he heard the sound of waves in the distance, Yunxiao knew that he had arrived at Xianxia Island. He closed his eyes slightly and spread out his divine sense in an instant, trying to explore the island. But he suddenly frowned. He had just spread it out for hundreds of meters when he was blocked by an invisible force, making it difficult for him to spread it any further. And he actually set up a spirit sealing formation. Forget it. If I use the Great Expansion Divine technique to force my way through the formation's restrictions, I'm afraid it will cause a commotion. Let's try our luck first, he muttered to himself. His figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. Somewhere on the Xianxia Island, the blue-robed man was holding a quota crystal in his hand. He was very lucky. After being teleported in, he found a crystal on a tree branch and took it down. This should be some kind of strange stone with a mark carved inside. The man held it in his hand and examined it carefully. A strange symbol flickered in the crystal, giving off a strong sense of power. "Quota crystal," a voice suddenly cried out from above him. Immediately, two figures descended, one in front and one behind, surrounding him in a triangular formation. Their eyes were shining as they stared at the crystal and said with joy, "Haha! Luck! As soon as we came to Xianxia Island, we had our second brother meet up, and then we found Jingshi. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand it over and I'll spare your life." The blue-robed man glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eyes before carefully putting away the crystals. He then slowly said, "You don't have any Jingshi on you. Go and dig up more, and I'll come find you guys later." "What? Haha! Senior brother. Did you hear what he said?" The junior brother couldn't help but laugh. That senior brother also had a sneer on his face as he said, "Since he doesn't know what's good for him, then I'll teach him a lesson. Kid, don't call it admitting defeat later." The two of them took a strange step and quickly circled around the man in blue brocade clothes. All kinds of illusions kept appearing around them, but their real bodies were hidden and difficult to distinguish. "Haha! Kid, are you stunned? When the two of us join hands, our footwork can match reality and illusion, making it difficult to break through. Junior brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Do it!" Whoosh! 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 Several attacks that broke through the air were emitted from the dozen or so phantoms almost at the same time. They covered the sky and the earth, attacking the blue brocade-robed man from all directions without any blind spots. It was impossible to dodge. Bang! The man in blue snorted coldly. He didn't dodge, but threw a punch. As if there was an infinite power, the space was slightly distorted under his punch. The overwhelming attack was immediately drawn into the distorted space, twisted into a ball by his fist wind, and rapidly compressed. "What?" The two men cried out in shock, their steps slowing down as their true bodies were revealed. The blue-robed man threw out a punch, and the distorted and compressed space immediately bounced back and instantly returned to normal. All the attacks that had been curled up also bloomed out, twisting into a ball and blasting toward one of the men. Boom! The man couldn't dodge in time and directly exploded under the wind of the fist. His entire body exploded into pieces, and broken limbs and flesh scattered all over the ground. Ah! The other man's mouth was wide open. He was completely dumbfounded, and his mind was blank. His own senior brother, this Wufu, died just like that? In the world of martial artists, those under the age of 50 were considered extremely young. Many of them had always been cultivating in seclusion in their sects and had never gone out to experience actual combat. Even if there were a few battles, they would basically stop there. At this age, there were very few people who had experienced life and death battles, and this man was one of them. Seeing his senior brother instantly explode to death, his mind was completely dazed, and he stood in place in a daze. Humph! A cruel sneer appeared in the blue-robed man's eyes. He flicked his finger, and a strong wind directly broke through the air, hitting the man's head. Ah! Don't! I admit defeat. The man was awakened by the sound of the air breaking. The fear of death instantly hit his head, and he was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Bang! Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. His head was instantly pierced by the chi, and a bloody hole was blasted out. His entire body fell backward, completely dead. What a vicious method. The rules of the competition state that no one is allowed to kill with ill intentions. Have you forgotten? A man frowned and gradually appeared in front of the man in blue. He was wearing a large red robe. He was the person in charge of the quota competition on Xianxia Island. Malicious killing? The blue-robed man said disdainfully. My lord, didn't you see that they were the ones who wanted to kill me first? Could it be that my self-defense is considered as malicious killing? The red-robed man's face was gloomy. The two people who had just died were the disciples of the aristocratic families of his Firecrow Empire. He said in an extremely fierce tone, Humph, self-defense? You're good, kid. Are you from the Wuxia Empire? The man in blue was not afraid at all. He raised his head proudly and snorted. I'm Lung Quan from the sky-shaking sect of the Wuxia Empire. What can I do for you, my lord? When the red-robed man saw his unruly appearance, he wanted to slap him to death. He was so angry that he disappeared on the spot after leaving a cold sentence. You have guts, kid. Don't fall into my hands. Lung Quan snorted coldly, not taking it to heart. He took out a round, profound-level weapon, which seemed to be carved with something, and looked at it with rapt attention. 3 miles to the east, there's a fellow disciple. He's approaching me. This was an array tool used to contact fellow disciples. Every disciple of the XXX sect carried one with them, and it could display the information within 100 miles. Many of the sect disciples who entered Xianxia Island had this item. A total of 2,000 spots. Humph. I want at least half of it. His eyes glowed and he revealed a confident smile. Then he strode into the forest. The first day passed by quickly. There were very few conflicts that day. After all, everyone had just entered the island and maintained an unusually careful attitude towards others. Moreover, everyone had a starting point and almost no one had Xianxia. It was not worth taking the risk to attack. Apart from the 2 Firecrow Empire disciples who were killed by Lung Quan, no other people were killed. On the lakeside of Brightheart Lake, Xianxia and the other 2 were leisurely sitting in a building and looking at a huge water screen. This was the effect of the formation from the Xianxia Island, but it recorded the situation of all kinds of quota crystals. On the map of the entire Xianxia Island, the 2,000 crystals were distributed. As the first day passed, more and more crystals were gathered together. It was obvious that someone had collected them. It's only been 1 day, and someone has already collected 32 pieces. I wonder whose disciple he is. Horson quietly looked at the distribution and movement of the crystals and frowned. This person seems to be able to detect the crystals. Look, the 32 crystals are moving to the next one. How is that possible? There's a formation on the island that blocks out spiritual sense. Even a 4th-tier alchemist can't perceive more than 100 meters in radius. Chuyu shook his head in disbelief, his eyes flashing. Moreover, the 2 of you are very clear about the source of this batch of quota crystals. Even if the island doesn't block the divine sense, I don't think anyone can sense it. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of Yunxiao. Bailey Gongjin had personally issued the badge of a 5th-tier alchemist to the boy, making him a genuine 5th-tier alchemist. Could he be the one who gathered the 32 crystals? This batch of Xianxia had come from an extraordinary place, but since there was someone who could do it, and also crack it, it was impossible. When he thought of this, his heart burned with passion. At this rate, it would not be a problem to collect hundreds of them. Huasan and Chu Yu's faces flickered with uncertainty, both hoping that the man was a descendant of their own empire. After strolling around the island for a while on the first day, Xianxia got to know the terrain better. This island was several hundred li in radius, and even if there were 10,000 people on it, they would only be a few scattered dots. His luck was average and he didn't find a single spot crystal. However, there were tens of thousands of people and there were only $2,000 in total. The probability of finding it by himself was only 1 in 5. In his annoyance, he did not care about arousing suspicion. He formed a seal with one hand and carefully used the Great Expansion Divine technique. His spiritual sense instantly expanded and radiated in all directions. The terrain of Xianxia Island gradually appeared in his spiritual sense. What? He frowned slightly, but a smile soon appeared on his face. He retracted his divine sense and flew in a direction. Xianxia stepped hard on a huge rock with a smile on his face. Immediately, a force spread out under his feet, and the entire rock cracked from top to bottom, turning into stones that flew everywhere. Swish! A figure instantly shot out from the rock and quickly fled in one direction. Ha! You want to leave? Xianxia leaped into the air and instantly closed in on the man. He grabbed at the air with his 5 fingers and immediately locked the man on the ground, then suppressed him with a pressure that rendered him immobile. Who is it? Who was it? We don't have any grudges. Why did you capture me? The man struggled non-stop, his face full of fear. He cried out, "He's standing in the air? You are a Wu Zong." Xianxia landed with a smile and said, "I'm not a Wu Zong. I just used a secret technique. If you hand over the quota crystal, I'll let you go." Quota crystal? I didn't. The man breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Xianxia was not a martial grandmaster. But when he saw Xianxia's face clearly, he screamed again, "You're Li Xianxia." Xianxia was surprised. Huh? You know me? I can't believe I'm a celebrity now. I'm a descendant of the Firecrow Empire, the man said with a wry smile. Everyone in the country knows that young Master Yun killed a martial grandmaster with a wave of his hand in that earth-shattering battle. Meeting you is worse than meeting a Wu Zong. City Lord, please let me go. I really don't have any quota crystal stones on me. Xianxia's face immediately turned cold as he snorted. No quota crystal? Humph. If you don't have it, why are you hiding in the rock and not moving? The man rolled his eyes and hurriedly said, I'm training in an earth-type cultivation technique, so I need to train in rocks. If young Master Yun doesn't believe me, I can show you. Forget it. Xianxia waved his hand and said, Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll have to kill you and look for it myself. A ray of light flashed in his hand and gradually turned into a sharp blade. He was about to slash forward. The disciple was scared out of his wits and hurriedly said, Young Master Yun, please spare me. Since we are all disciples of Firecrow Empire, please spare my life. I'm willing to hand over the quota crystal. Humph, you're so cheap. Xianxia put away the blade of light in his hand, kicked him hard, and scolded. I have to take a few hits from you before I feel comfortable. The disciple suffered a heavy blow and immediately broke a few bones. With a muffled groan and a bitter smile, he didn't dare to say anything more. He hurriedly took out a quota crystal and offered it with both hands. After taking it, Xianxia found that it was exactly the same as the quota crystal shown by Horson. It was emitting a soft light, and a symbol was flashing constantly inside, full of power. Why aren't you getting lost? Xianxia looked at the disciple and shouted. The disciple's face was bitter, and he said submissively, City Lord, can you tell me how you found me? I had found a crystal and planned to hide in the rock until the end of the competition. But who knew that Xinjin, his strength was only at the level of a peak great martial master, and he just wanted to try his luck. Who knew that he would be so lucky and pick up a piece on the first day? Immediately, he followed his previous plan and exercised the earth elemental cultivation technique he had been cultivating and hid himself in the rock. He thought that he would be safe, but it did not take long for Xianxia to find him. This doesn't make sense. Isn't this island blocked from divine sense? The disciple felt extremely wronged. Xianxia found it funny, but he put on a straight face and shouted, If you don't get lost, you'll die. The disciple was shocked. His body trembled and he quickly ran away. Xiao chuckled as he took the crystal in his hand and carefully observed it, frowning from time to time. Strange, this crystal is indeed made of 1,000 steel stone, but what is this restriction on it? The structure is so tight. Did you order it from the Sea of Soul Formation? He suddenly thought of this possibility. With the opening of Mount Meru, even the Sea of Soul Formation would not be able to sit still. They would definitely send disciples to the southern region to carry out various trades. Xiao pointed his index finger at the crystal, and a golden light immediately bloomed. His fingertip kept falling on the crystal, and every touch was accompanied by golden specks. Wherever his finger passed, the crystal became more and more transparent, as if it was about to reveal its entire internal structure. Humph! I don't believe that I can't find the key even if I break you open. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. He suddenly increased the strength of his fingertips and pointed down. Creak, creak. A cracking sound came from the crystal, and suddenly, it was covered with cracks. It burst open with a crash, and a ray of light shot out from the crystal, trying to break through the sky. Humph! You want to escape? Fix it for me. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of golden tadpole-like characters flew out of his palm and snatched the light beam away, flashing in the air. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the strange symbol in the crystal, and there was a faint restless aura spreading. He then cast a few more spiritual arts, constantly hitting the strange symbol, and finally dissolved the restless energy. The symbol gradually fell and floated above his palm. He stared at the strange symbol, and his expression became more and more serious. Then he pointed his finger, and a golden tadpole-like character rushed up and collided with the symbol. The two symbols instantly annihilated each other, and a spiritual storm formed in his palm, shaking out in all directions. Xiao's pupils constricted. The force had actually penetrated his spiritual sea. Fortunately, his soul power was extremely strong, or he would have been seriously injured. After the symbol disappeared, a faint black chi seeped out of his palm. It gradually rose and was about to spread out. As expected. But why would such a thing appear? Xiao had a complicated look on his face. He clenched his fist, and the black mist immediately turned into a plume of green smoke, shooting into a glass vessel before he put it away. Then, he placed the glass container in front of him and began to penetrate it with his spiritual sense to analyze it in detail. After a long time, he heaved a long sigh of relief. The knot between his brows opened, and he put the vessel into his ring. Just as he stood up and was about to leave, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. Stop! Then, a few figures rushed up and surrounded Xiao in a few flashes, each of them with a murderous aura. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, shouted with a dark face. His words were suddenly stuck in his throat, and his eyes widened as he said in shock, Yuring Luo. The young man beside him also changed his expression and said, Senior brother, he's Li Yunxiao. Not good, quickly run. The middle-aged man who was the leader of the group immediately shot backward and shouted, Run in all directions. Don't go in one direction. The crowd immediately scattered like birds and beasts, so fast that Xiao did not even have time to react. However, he smiled coldly and closed his eyes to sense. He muttered to himself in an almost inaudible voice, For auras, that middle-aged man has 4 crystals. The others don't have it. He stomped his foot lightly and immediately shot forward like an arrow. Through his research of the black gas, he could already distinguish the existence of this aura in his divine sense. The middle-aged man sprinted through the forest at full speed. There was a burst of light under his feet as he shuttled through the forest like lightning. His speed was so fast that many of the other disciples they met on the way became alarmed. However, the middle-aged man's speed increased and his expression became uglier. This was because a spiritual awareness was looming behind him and had directly locked on to him. No matter how he ran, he could not escape the pursuit of that spiritual awareness. Motherfucker, what's going on? Wasn't the divine sense blocked off on this island? Don't tell me that kid can cheat. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and ran desperately. He was from a reclusive sect in Firecrow Empire. He had watched the entire match in the arena in Xianxia City that day, not missing a single detail. With his strength as an 8-stars martial king, he would definitely die if he encountered Xianxia. He was immediately filled with regret. Why did he keep all 4 crystals with him? It would have been great if he and his junior brothers had each brought one. Swish! Suddenly, an arc of light shot over from the distance, aiming for the middle-aged man's vital points. The speed was so fast that it broke the air with a sound. It was precise, accurate, and ruthless. True inheritance slash. The middle-aged man was given a big fright and hurriedly flew up into the air. He put his hands together in the air and a ray of light shot out from his palms, transforming into the power of vacuum and slashing towards the arc of light. Boom! The 2 forces collided, and a few large trees collapsed. Several figures shuttled through the leaves and quickly surrounded the middle-aged man. Hee, isn't this Xianxia from the Vermilion Bird residence of the Firecrow Empire? Why are you running around like a stray dog? There were a total of 5 people surrounding Xianxia. They were the disciples of the Blazing Sun Valley of the Wuxia Empire. The one with the highest cultivation base among them was a 9-stars martial king. He was staring at Xianxia coldly with a mocking expression. Xianxia's face turned pale, not because he was surrounded by these people, but because he had sensed that Xianxia was nearby, and that he could not escape no matter what. Yo, TSK, why is brother Xianxia's face so ugly? Brother Xianxia is very famous in the Vermilion Bird residence. I remember the year before last, your sect master brought brother Xianxia to my Blazing Sun Valley to show off his power. There's no need to be afraid now. We won't bully you with numbers. The leading 9-stars martial king sneered. He strode forward and pointed with his finger, sneering. As long as brother Xianxia wriggled through this little brother's crotch and leaves behind the crystal stones on your body, this little brother can spare brother Xianxia's dog life. Xianxia heaved a sorrowful sigh and shouted towards the forest. City Lord of Cloud Sky City, I know that I can't escape, but on account that we are both from Firecrow Empire, please let me leave 1 crystal. I'm willing to give the remaining 3 to you with both hands. Otherwise, I can just shout I admit defeat and safely leave the island. But the City Lord won't be able to obtain any of the 4 crystals. The Scorching Sun Valley disciples' expressions changed. He has 4 pieces of Jingxure? Be careful. This kid might just admit defeat. What? There was someone in the forest? Who was lying in ambush? Get out here. The 9-stars martial king's expression changed slightly as well. He scanned the forest with his eyes, but found nothing. This place blocked his divine sense, so his divine sense's range didn't exceed 10 meters. It was as good as nothing. Xianxia, give me the 3 crystals and I'll let you leave safely. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving a single piece behind. He shouted at Xianxia with a dark face. He was also deeply afraid that the other party would directly admit defeat. Then, the experts of the 3 major sects would appear and take him away, and the 4 pieces of crystal stones would all return to the island. Xianxia turned his head and looked at him contemptuously. He snorted in disdain. If it wasn't for the Cloud Sky City Lord chasing after me, do you think you can stop me? The 9-stars martial king flew into a rage. A bright light burst out from his body and rushed toward Xianxia. He shouted angrily, Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly retreated into the forest behind him. He waved his fists and transformed all his strength into waves of true qi. He did not spare any effort to blast out. His opponent's strength was definitely stronger than his, so he did not dare to be careless. All right, it's a deal. At that moment, Xianxia's faint voice came from the woods. The 9-stars martial king felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart skipped a beat. He wasn't clear about the other party's strength, but a person who could force Xianxia to escape was definitely not simple. Therefore, he hurriedly withdrew his fist and retreated, standing in the forest vigilantly. The other 4 disciples of the Scorching Sun Valley also came forward and drew their weapons. City Lord of Cloud Sky City. When Xian saw Yunxiao walking out slowly, he hurried up to him, took out 3 crystals, and offered them to him with both hands. I hope that City Lord can help me escape this calamity. Yunxiao took the crystals without any hesitation, then nodded and said, All right, you can go. Xian was overjoyed and was about to leave. The 9 Stars Martial King moved and immediately blocked his way. He grinned hideously and said, You want to leave? Did you ask me? I thought it was some expert, but it turns out to be you, kid. How can a mere 5 stars martial lord be so arrogant? Haha, Xian, you must have been frightened by his imposing manner when he came. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The other 4 disciples of the Scorching Sun Valley also burst into laughter. You're just a small fry who survived by self-destructing the Tiger King chariot, yet you think you're so powerful? Ha ha ha. Xian remained silent and only looked at them with a mocking expression, waiting for a good show. The 9 Stars Martial King felt very uncomfortable under his gaze, as if he was looking at a fool. A sense of irritation welled up in his heart, and he immediately said angrily, Laugh? I'm laughing at your sister. Go to hell. He flicked his fingers and 5 small curved light balls shot out. They drew a long curve in the air and were controlled at his fingertips like puppets as they shot toward Xian. Cloud Sky City Lord, save me. Xian hurriedly stepped back and leaned toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao chuckled and flicked his fingers as well, sending out 5 small balls that wrapped around his fingertips and crashed toward the 9 Stars Martial King like puppets. What was different was that these 5 small balls were 5 different colors and belonged to the 5 elements. Hey, how do you know this martial skill? It was actually the power of the 5 elements. You're only a martial lord of the 4 symbols realm. How can you exert the power of the 5 elements? The 9 Stars Martial King was startled. This was one of the unique skills of the Scorching Sun Valley, and it had never been taught to outsiders. 10,000 techniques returned to 1. This is child's play. I'm only interested in playing it because I saw you play with it. Do you think I care? Fuck. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he clenched his fist. In an instant, the 5 small balls gathered together and gave off a strong light before exploding with a boom. The 9 Stars Martial King's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retracted the small ball he was controlling, and it spun in a circle to block in front of him. However, the power of the explosion was endless and stacked on top of each other. The power of the 5 elements enhanced and enhanced each other. From a strong light, it grew bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed the 9 Stars Martial King. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of trees were turned into ashes, and a huge force spread far and wide. The disciples in the distance all stood up and looked at each other in horror. After the light ball was destroyed, a huge pit appeared in the forest. The 9 Stars Martial King's whole body was charred black, and he was stuck in the soil. His eyes were full of horror. A 9 Stars Martial King, not bad. I'm just 1 step away from entering the martial ancestor realm. Yunxiao looked at the man and chuckled. Get up. Although the power of the 5 elements is strong, my cultivation level is too low. I can't cause you any real harm. Senior brother. The remaining 4 disciples recovered from their shock and hurriedly ran over, wanting to drag the man out of the pit. Bang! The 9 Stars Martial King shot out by himself and stood on the opposite side of the pit. His whole body was charred black, and his skin and flesh had been split open, with blood dripping out. He looked at Yunxiao in horror and felt a chill in his heart. You also have 4 crystals. Hand them over and I'll let you go, Yunxiao said with a smile. Who do you think you are? You merely won against senior brother by a stroke of luck, and you actually dare to boast shamelessly. A disciple of the Scorching Sun Valley was furious and shouted, Everyone, let's kill these 2 kids. The 4 of them were all furious and wanted to rush forward. There was a hint of fear in the 9 Stars Martial King's eyes, and he suddenly shouted, Everyone, stop! His breathing was extremely heavy, and there was a flash of struggle in his eyes. However, it only took a moment for him to regain his calm. He said, Give him all the Jingshi. What? Senior brother. One of the disciples was shocked and looked at the 9 Stars Martial King in disbelief. The 9 Stars Martial King's face immediately turned angry, and he almost roared, "I said give him all the Jingshi, are you deaf?" The disciple was shocked, and cold sweat appeared on his face. He quickly took out 4 crystals from his storage ring and threw them far away. A thread of fear rose in his heart. He knew this Xianxia's strength and temper. If it wasn't for the fact that he really had no hope, he would never hand over the Jingshi. Yunxiao put it away with a smile, then nodded and said, "Not bad. You're very smart. If you continue, you'll have to admit defeat. At that time, you won't have any chance." The muscles on the 9 Stars Martial King's face twitched. He turned around expressionlessly and said, "Let's go." Time was of the essence. They had to hurry and find more Jingshi. The 5 of them quickly disappeared into the forest. Xianxia sighed with emotion inwardly as he hurriedly bowed and gave his thanks. "Many thanks, City Lord." He lowered his head and waited for a long time, but there was no response. When he raised his head slightly, he saw that Yunxiao had long disappeared. He was shocked for a moment, and then his face turned ashen. He only had 1 piece of crystal left on him, and he had no way to explain to his junior brothers. He hurriedly ran away. A moment later, 2 figures appeared beside the huge pit. They stared at the pit and observed it carefully, their faces solemn. It's indeed the power of the 5 elements. The 5 elements reinforce and reinforce each other. That's why a casual attack can stack up and spread continuously, causing such a huge destructive force. One of them said in shock, "Even a martial artist at the peak of the Martial King realm can't control the 5 elements so well. How did that kid do it?" The other person's pupils constricted, and he said with a gloomy face, "Not to mention such fine control of the 5 elements. He's only a martial lord. How can he use the power of the 5 elements? One must know that the 4 symbols turning into 5 elements required the power of the 4 symbols to evolve to the extreme. Only then could one comprehend the 5 elements in heaven and earth and advance to the 5 elements realm Martial King. If he could control the power of the 5 elements so well, how could he only have the cultivation base of a martial lord? These are all illogical things." The first person was startled and said in surprise, "Could it be that he's concealing his cultivation? Even you and I can't see through it. So he must have a profound level weapon that can suppress his cultivation." "That's right, that's how it should be. Otherwise, it would not make sense no matter what. Looking at his control over the 5 elements, that kid is most likely a martial arts grandmaster." "Wu Zong, you must be joking. No matter how we look at him, he looks like he's only 15 or 16 years old. You have to know that a person's bone age can't be faked. We can tell at a glance. A 15-year-old Wu Zong. Haha. This is too much. Humph. I also hope it's nonsense. But what was this pit? You saw the situation with your own eyes." The man fell silent for a while before he said, "If it's really as I've guessed, then it's too terrifying. When he grows up, I'm afraid that the martial honored realm won't be his final destination. It's very likely that he'll become a 9 heavens martial sovereign." Another person mumbled, "A martial sovereign of the 9 heavens is Bayan. How many years has it been since a martial sovereign has appeared in the southern region? Is the balance between the 3 empires going to be broken? This kid seems to be from the Firecrow Empire. Should I teach him a lesson?" A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the first man, and he said coldly, "If we don't kill him now, he'll definitely be the #1 person in the entire southern domain. Don't act rashly. This brat's background was unknown, and he might not be from the southern mountain range. If you kill him rashly, you'll be in deep trouble." The other person was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. "Moreover, we are now on Xianxia Island. If we are exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable." The ancestor said, "Since that's the case, we'll observe for now. We'll report it to the sect after this. It's not our turn to worry about how to deal with it." The 2 of them remained silent for a while, their expressions unable to be dispelled. Their figures flickered and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, in the building by the Brightheart Lake, The faces of Xianxia and the other two also became extremely serious as they stared at the water curtain. Horson's face was extremely ugly as he said, "There must be someone who knows the way to collect crystals." The strongest one had already gathered nearly 200 pieces, and this person was extremely powerful. All the crystals he encountered were swallowed. The rest are only 40 pieces. Luo Qingyun's face suddenly appeared in Chu Yu's mind. That young man, whom even he could not see through, seemed to have said something when he was given the chance to participate in the competition, but he had forgotten about it for a moment. He only felt that the person who had collected more than 200 crystals was very likely to be Luo Qingyun, but he didn't know why he had this feeling. "Li Yunxiao?" he asked. Xianxia, on the other hand, was thinking about Yunxiao as he muttered to himself, "Is it really him?" With more than 200 at this rate, it was very likely that he would level up to 1,000 before the end. That's half the quota. When he thought of this, his heart suddenly burned with passion. Mount Meru was of great benefit to the improvement of a warrior's strength. If a large number of outstanding disciples could enter Firecrow Empire, their overall strength would steadily surpass that of the other two kingdoms in the next few decades. Huasan and Chu Yu also knew the implications of this. Their faces became serious as they looked at the distribution of crystals on the water screen. It was hard for them to calm down. Yunxiao suspended the 7 quota crystals he had obtained in the air and carefully observed them. Apart from the slightly different structure, the symbols inside were exactly the same, giving off a feeling of power. After a long time he sighed. With a wave of his hand, he immediately kept all 7 crystals into his ring. Then, a smile appeared on his face and he said indifferently, "All of you, come out. After watching for so long, it's time to take action." He waited for a while and found that there was no movement. "Hee, I thought I wasn't talking about myself. 2 behind the tree 43 meters in front, 5 at 86 meters, 1 behind the rock 72 meters to the left, and the 11 hiding behind me. All of you, come out." "The one on the left," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. "I'm talking about you. Don't look around. There's no one here except you." The surroundings were silent, so quiet that it was a little cold. The cold wind blew, and there was a sense of desolation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of people darting around came from all directions, and soon Yunxiao was surrounded by a group of 19 people. Exactly the same number as he had said. "Kid, how did you find us? You must know that this island can block divine sense," one of the short and muscular men said in a deep voice. He had been lying in ambush on the side and had also noticed that there seemed to be others around, but he had not expected there to be so many. What was even more unexpected was that it was already in this person's control. The rest of the people were also confused. On Chonghua Island, their perception couldn't see as far as their eyes. Not to mention the young disciples, even the people in charge of the 3 major forces who were hiding in the sky perked up their ears to listen. They also wanted to know. In order to be responsible for the safety of the disciples on Chonghua Island, all of them were equipped with a profound-level weapon that could enhance their spiritual sense, which could easily break the restrictions on the island, so that they could know the situation of the entire island like the back of their hands. Yunxiao looked at the short man and chuckled. "In any case, you're going to admit defeat and leave the island. Even if you know, you won't be able to use it." "Humph. You're indeed very strong, and you're very arrogant," the other man said disdainfully. There were also some rumors that said that you could kill a martial arts grandmaster with a wave of your hand. "Haha, I want to see how you can do that today. We have a total of 19 people. Unless you really have the strength of a martial ancestor, I advise you to be more tactful. I only have 7 quota crystals," Yunxiao said. "You saw it just now. How are you going to split the 19 of you? Don't try to drive a wedge between us." The man's expression changed slightly and he snorted. "How we split it is our own business. Hand over the Jingshi first. Besides, how do we know if you really only have 7? Yunxiao smiled and slowly raised his hand. A beam of light gradually condensed at the tip of his finger as he said softly, "Since that's the case, then Xianxia." "Hold on." Suddenly, a young man's face turned pale and he said, "Lord of Cloud Sky City, I don't want to take the crystals. Can you let me go? The man was also a disciple of Firecrow Empire, and he knew how powerful Xianxia was. Moreover, his strength was very limited, so even if he really defeated Xianxia, he would not get any points, so he wisely chose to withdraw. Xianxia's eyes were smiling as he nodded and said, "Of course you can." The young man immediately heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, City Lord." He hurriedly turned around and flew away. The remaining 18 people looked at each other with anger on their faces. However, it was fortunate that the people who left were not strong, and they would not be of much use even if they stayed. "Lord of Cloud Sky City, I also want to withdraw." 2 more people walked up, and one of them said, "We 2 brothers also have no interest in City Lord's crystal, so we will part ways here." The 2 of them cupped their fists and were about to leave. At this moment, one of the remaining 16 people couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "Take care! You too! All of you are also descendants of the Xianxia Empire, right? If we work together to take down this person, we can split the 7 crystal stones between the 2 of you." The man who spoke was the most powerful one among them, an 8 stars martial king. Moreover, the 5 of them were all 8 stars martial kings. Therefore, he was extremely calm. But the rumors about Xianxia were a little exaggerated, and he had seen him kill the burly man with the copper hammer in a second by Brightheart Lake, so he did not dare to underestimate him. The 2 men who were about to leave were also 5 stars martial kings, and they would definitely be a great help. "With the number and strength of the 2 of you, if we capture this person, we will at least get a piece of crystal. No one here will have any objections," he promised. The rest of the people nodded in agreement. Although Xianxiao's cultivation base was not high, he gave them an indescribable sense of taboo. The 2 of them were quite tempted, and their eyes flickered with struggle. "I'm sorry, but we don't want this crystal," one of them finally said. "Everyone, I wish you all good luck." Everyone's face darkened, and anger flashed. They all cursed these 2 people for not knowing what was good for them. "Hold on," a leisurely voice rang out. Xianxia looked at the 2 with a smile in his eyes, then shook his head and said, "You can't leave." "Why?" Their expressions changed, and one of them said angrily, "That person could leave at the beginning, so why can't we?" "Cloud Sky City Lord, don't go too far. Don't misunderstand me," Xianxia said with a smile. "I don't have any prejudice against you. It was because the person from before didn't have any Jingxia on him, so he could naturally leave. As for the 2 of you, you have a placing crystal on you." The man's expression changed drastically, and he said, "What? How did you know?" He immediately realized that he had lost his composure and quickly shut his mouth. However, it was already too late. The other 16 people also focused their gazes on the 2 of them, and many of them had cold and sharp expressions. "That's too much," the man said angrily. "We didn't want to get involved in this matter. You really think you're a martial arts grandmaster? You actually want to challenge the 18 of us? Everyone, let's go together and see how capable he is." The 2 knew that there was no way to end this peacefully, so they decided to make the first move. On the contrary, the first of the 18 people to make a move, one on the left and one on the right. "Everyone, attack together. Even if he really has the strength of a martial arts grandmaster, he will still die." The rest of the people did not dare to be negligent. They took out their mystic weapons one after another, and in an instant, more than a dozen beams of light rose into the air and slashed at Xianxia. Most of these people were martial king realm experts. If they joined forces, even a real martial grandmaster would have to escape. Xianxia chuckled. He really did not take these small fries seriously. If it were not for the people of the 3 major forces monitoring him from above, he really wanted to release some of the experts from the Divine Realm tablet so that he would not have to do anything. Whoosh! He stomped on the ground, and his body turned into a flash of lightning as he shuttled through all kinds of attacks. He was not only extremely fast, but also extremely agile. In an instant, he had appeared in front of the 2 Xianxia Empire disciples. His left and right hands pointed out at the same time, and 2 finger lights shot out, breaking through the air and pointing down. How could he be so fast? The two of them turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated while fighting. One of them threw a right punch, while the other turned his left palm into a blade and chopped down. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs resounded, and a huge force shook the area. The two of them were hit by the force at the same time, and they fell back unsteadily. Suddenly, one of them turned pale with fright. Xianxia's speed was so fast that he was almost touching his nose without being noticed. He even said with a smile, "The crystal is on you." The man was terrified. He quickly closed his eyes and punched out with both fists, but none of them missed. The next moment, she felt a chill on her neck as someone had grabbed her tightly. The entire process happened in an instant. The surrounding trees were cut down in all sorts of ways, but they had yet to fall. Then, dozens of trees collapsed, but everyone looked at Xianxia in shock and horror. With his strange pace and speed, if he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. Hurry up. Do you want your life or Jingshi? Even if you want to admit defeat, your throat will be broken before you can even shout. After you give me the crystals, you too can leave. Although Xianxia's voice was flat, it was bone-chilling to the man's ears. He was tactful and no longer struggled as he took out a quota crystal from his ring. Xianxia put it away with a smile, then threw the man far away and said to the others, "It's your turn. Those without crystals can leave. If there are, don't let a single one leave." There were 16 people left, and many of them subconsciously took a step back. He was able to capture a 5-star martial king with ease even when he was besieged by more than a dozen people. None of them were confident that they could escape from such an unpredictable speed and pace. Don't be too arrogant. Even if you have a strange martial arts technique, do you have the strength to snatch the Jingshi from us? The 5 8-star martial kings were from the same sect, and they had the most crystals among the crowd. They had the illusion that Xianxia knew the existence and number of crystals on them, but they could not believe it rationally. "Hee, you're so stubborn." Xianxia's smile faded, and his body began to gradually float up into the air. His body shone with a golden light, and circles of light bloomed from his body, forming all kinds of spiritual incantations around him. Then, he formed a seal with his hands, and a huge seal of heaven and earth gradually appeared behind him, shining like a scorching sun. What kind of battle technique was this? It actually has the power to shatter the heavens and split the earth. The 16 of them looked at the huge seal and shivered. The seal actually covered a radius of hundreds of miles, making it impossible to avoid it. "Lord Cloud Sky, we don't have any crystals on us. Can you show mercy and let the 3 of us leave?" One of them couldn't help but shiver. The 3 of them were from the same sect, and indeed, they hadn't found a single crystal yet. They didn't think it was worth taking the risk here. "You want to leave now? Did he eat shit long ago? Leave some memories." Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he silently ignored the pleas of the few people. Then he formed a seal with both hands and suddenly smashed it down. The seal shone in all directions, and the sun was like a wheel. Boundless heaven and earth. 6 paths reincarnation. Xianxia's body glowed with a golden light, as if a god had descended to the world. He formed a seal with both hands, and a few strange symbols formed a circle and pressed down. The huge golden seal behind him covered the surroundings and fell down with a loud bang. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters fell into it. The 16 of them were so shocked that they were drenched in cold sweat. The power of this seal was actually comparable to a martial arts grandmaster's attack, and it had completely suppressed them. "Let's go all out. Everyone, attack together. Don't hold back. Hide your sister." At this time, who dares to hold back? Use 100% of your power, or we'll all die together. 1,000 tenacity palm. Whirlwind sacred spear. 7 emperor finger. For a time, roars of anger could be heard continuously. All kinds of lights bloomed out as everyone displayed their strongest moves. Under this attack that was comparable to a martial arts grandmaster's, no one dared to hide their strength. All of them unleashed 100% of their power. The heaven and earth seal seemed to have encountered a powerful obstacle and stopped in the air for a moment. but the pressure of the landslide instantly shattered all the obstacles and fell without any suspense. Boom, boom, boom! A golden ocean appeared on the ground, and a large number of trees were turned into powder, turning into ashes. Under the impact of the energy, the area within 1,000 meters turned into a vacuum. This by the personnel in charge of monitoring the island thousands of meters above the sky had their huge red robes fluttering in the strong wind. The man clenched his fists and looked down, his eyes full of shock and fear. What martial skill is this? He's actually using the power of heaven and earth. His eyes glowed with greed and excitement. A mere martial lord can actually reach the martial grandmaster realm. If I can learn this martial skill, I can easily kill a martial emperor. Xianxia stood in the air with his hands behind his back and sneered in his heart. The emotional fluctuations of the person in charge in the sky were also caught by his divine sense. However, none of those who had designs on him had a good ending. His eyes focused on a stone and he snorted, "You want to escape?" A finger light flashed across the sky and directly shot into the soil. Eft! There was a muffled groan, and soon the soil and stone were dyed red with blood. A man struggled to crawl out from inside, his eyes filled with fear as he repeatedly shouted, Don't kill me, I'm not running." Xianxia's eyes swept over the empty ground as he said coldly, "All of you, come out. Do you think you can escape by hiding below?" He raised his finger and pointed. A ray of golden light condensed and dispersed in the air, turning into thousands of finger radiances that penetrated into the ground. It was like a machine gun firing, and a cloud of dust flew up. Bang! 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 More than a dozen figures instantly flew up from the ground and displayed their unique skills to resist. The power of the finger radiance was not strong, but it was extremely fast and had a strong penetrating power. Many people tried to block it with their fists, but their fist bones exploded or their palms were pierced through. These 16 people were all covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. It was only then that they realized Xianxia's power. Their faces turned livid, and they no longer dared to be stubborn. Instead, they stood aside obediently, waiting for his punishment. "All of you are cheap," Xianxia snorted coldly. "You'll only feel comfortable after a beating. Now, leave behind all your crystals and storage rings, and you can leave." A storage ring? Everyone was stunned, and they looked at each other. "Of course," Xianxia said. "I'll take the storage ring as well. This is robbery? Who said you can only rob Xianxia?" An 8 stars martial king couldn't help but say, "My lord, please let us leave behind a piece of crystal. Otherwise, we can just directly admit defeat and keep our lives, but you won't get a single piece." Everyone nodded one after another. This was also the unspoken rule of fighting for Xianxia on Chenghua Island. If the other party wanted to snatch all of them, then they might as well just admit defeat. After all, they didn't have a single piece left, so the other party couldn't even think about getting it. "I'll only say it once," Xianxia snorted coldly. "You can leave after you leave all your crystals and storage rings behind. Otherwise, you'll die. If anyone wants to admit defeat, do as you please." "This Tao Wu." Everyone was anxious. Someone shouted, "Darren is forcing us like this. Then we really have to admit defeat. All the crystal stones will be returned to the island by the person in charge. Why bother with such an empty match? Isn't it better to ask for an ending that everyone can accept?" With a disdainful look on his face, Xianxia said coldly, "On the last day, all the crystal stones will be sent into the sky by the formation. I'll just collect them then. Wouldn't it still be mine if I put it back on the island?" "You're so silly." Everyone was furious, and one of them said angrily, "You're too arrogant. Don't say that you have the attack power of a Wuzong. There were true martial arts grandmasters on this island. By then, the crystals will shake the sky, and how many do you think you can get?" These people were really unwilling to admit defeat. It was impossible for them to shout that they would admit defeat, because once they admitted defeat, they would completely lose the chance to get more Xianxia. As long as they stayed on the island, at least they would have a chance. Bang! The man's vision blurred. and he was sent flying by Xianxiao's palm, leaving a trail of blood in the air. He landed on the ground far away and rolled more than 10 meters away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xianxiao made a grabbing motion in the air, and the man's storage ring and a crystal immediately flew into his hand. "You're so long-winded. Within 3 breaths. Don't leave if you don't want to." 1. The remaining 15 people's faces were all ashen. They knew that they would not be able to escape this. They took out their storage rings and the crystals they had obtained, carefully placed them on the ground, and then ran away like smoke. There were a total of 8 quota crystals. After he put them away, he looked at the storage ring on the ground and grabbed it in the air. The divine sense in his eyes rushed up and shook off all the restrictions inside. A large number of various materials and primordial stones were put into his own ring, and he left with satisfaction. A day and a half had passed, but he was not in a hurry. It was naturally impossible to collect all the Jingxi. When the time came, as long as he robbed all the martial arts grandmasters, the amount would naturally be more or less. He was now leisurely catching some random fish to snatch, giving those Wuzongs more time. In the building by the Bright Heart Lake, Xianpai and the other 2 were slightly unable to keep their cool. Horson's face was cold as he said, "This is too suspicious. There are actually more than 500 crystals gathered together. Someone must have cheated. I suggest we investigate it thoroughly." Chuyu looked at his flustered and exasperated appearance and was overjoyed. It seemed that the person who had gathered more than 500 crystals was definitely not from their Muxu Empire. It was very likely that it was Luo Qingyun or Li Yunxiao from Firecrow Empire. He sneaked a glance at Xianpai, trying to find some flaws in his expression. However, Xianpai's face was as calm as water, as if he was asleep. Chuyu cursed the old fox in his heart, then said, "These crystals were all transported from the Sea of Soul Formation, and that Lord made a promise that this batch of crystals can't be replicated. The experts of the 3 great factions have secretly tested it a few times, but they can't find any clues. Who would have the ability to cheat?" "Oh, then may I ask why these 500 crystals were obtained by one person?" asked Horson coldly. He looked over and said with an ashen face, "Could it be that Brother Chuyu knows something? Perhaps this person is from the Tianxiang Empire." Chuyu laughed and said, "Brother Huasan, you must be joking. The situation on the island is only known to the people in charge sent by the 3 forces. I'm the same as Brother Huasan. I can only watch the distribution and gathering of the crystals. Besides, if we want to investigate it thoroughly, it's not something we can decide. It had to be discussed by the higher-ups of the 3 great forces before a decision could be made. You're worrying too much, Brother Hosen." He deliberately looked at Xianpai and said, "Brother Xianpai, what do you think?" Only then did Xianpai withdraw his eyes from the water curtain and said indifferently, "There are strong and weak, and there are good and bad luck. The ownership of these crystals is the fate of the younger generation. We just have to watch." His gaze suddenly turned sharp as he exclaimed, "Then the person with 97 crystal stones will have to meet the person with 45 crystal stones." The other 2 felt a chill in their hearts and hurriedly looked at the water screen. These 2 people had also been in the scope of their attention the whole time. They were almost invincible. On the water screen, it was shown that they had been swallowed by the crystals they encountered. There was no doubt that they were 2 strong opponents. As expected, they were about to meet, and it was unknown who would be able to eat the other. Yunxiao was flying aimlessly in the woods, but he attracted everyone's greedy and frightened eyes. This was because he didn't hide all the crystals he had collected. Instead, they were wrapped in chi and flew behind him like a long tail. There were dozens of them. In order to show the effect, the true energy, which included the crystals, appeared to be a faint golden color, like a golden tail wagging behind it, making everyone drool. It was also this method that attracted many cultivators to take the initiative to send Jingxi. Later on, more and more people knew how powerful he was, and no one dared to come forward. As soon as they saw a golden light moving over, they quickly ran away, so he didn't meet anyone who came forward to die for a long time. "What? Xiao landed on a big tree and looked up at the sky with a slight frown. The sky above the forest was originally clear and cloudless. All of a sudden, it became covered with dark clouds. The entire forest was dark and lightless. All the sunlight had disappeared, and it seemed like it was going to rain. Boom, boom, boom. The clouds in the sky collided with each other, and several flashes of lightning burst out. Immediately after, bean-sized raindrops started to fall. Then, the rain poured down and hit the trees, making pitter-patter sounds. With a wave of his hand, the dozens of crystals flew into his glabella and were put away. A trace of surprise flickered in his eyes as he looked at the rain in the sky with a rare solemn expression. The heavy rain poured down, but it could not wet even an inch of his clothes. It was all blocked by his genuine chi. The leaves and branches of the nearby trees were directly pierced through by the rain. A large number of trees in the visible range were directly shot through and collapsed. This rain was like a sharp sword. Hee, you're quite something, kid. I realized something was wrong long ago. A faint voice came from the forest, full of sneer. Xiao's face was as calm as water as he said indifferently, "The dark clouds in the sky are not rain clouds, but formed from vital chi. The 5 elements give birth to water, so this should be a water-type barrier of rain." In the forest, several figures gradually emerged from the mist that had been washed away by the rain. The person in the lead was wearing a blue brocade robe. He had a surprised expression and exclaimed, "The city lord of Yanwu really lives up to his reputation. You can even recognize the long-lost ward of rain. I now truly believe the rumors that you killed a Wu Zong with a wave of your hand on the Golden Crow Divine Ring." Xiao fixed his eyes on the man. He was Long Quan from the Sky-Shaking sect, the man who had given him a cold look when he entered Xianxia Island. The barrier of rain is one of the 7 strongest elemental barriers. It can gather the essence of water in the world and turn it into an attack. It is one of the few strongest formations passed down from ancient times. Xiao's eyes flickered as he said, "In the past, I had an old friend who wanted to collect the 7 elemental barriers and combine them into one. Unfortunately, many of them were incomplete, and he didn't know if there was any progress in these years. With the cultivation of martial arts grandmasters and martial kings, it is impossible for you to set up such a barrier. The only explanation is that you have the complete map of the Ward of Rain. Today, not only do you have to hand over the Jingshi, but I also want the formation diagram for the Barrier of Rain." Long Quan's expression changed as he said in shock and anger, "What big words! Combining the 7 strongest elemental barriers into one. Fuck, do you think your old friend is the #1 formation master in the world, the martial sovereign king level expert, Teng Guang? If any one of the 7 strongest elemental barriers can be fully exerted, even a martial emperor would have to surrender." Xiao smiled. The man he was talking about was Teng Guang. He chuckled and said, "How about we make a bet? In this barrier of rain, even the divine senses of the 3 major factions' representatives couldn't penetrate it. Thus, no one could save him from the battle to the death. If you lose, hand over the crystals and the barrier of rain, and I'll spare your lives." Long Quan's eyes flashed with anger, and he sneered arrogantly, "The Cloud Sky City Lord is indeed arrogant. Even if you once suppressed a Wuzong, so what? Since you know that this is a water barrier, you should naturally know about it as well. Within this barrier, those who cultivate water attribute cultivation techniques will be much more powerful. Not only is your true chi restricted, but you also have to use a part of your true chi to resist the rain swords. If you can exert half of its power, you're already very talented. Can you still be so confident in this situation? How would you know if you don't try?" Xiao chuckled and immediately put away his frivolous attitude. This ward of rain was indeed like the legends. There was actually a kind of power that wanted to seal his true energy and gradually seeped into his body. Moreover, the rain of swords was abnormally sharp, each one of them at least a great martial master's attack. There were so many of them that it was extremely difficult to block. The other party, on the other hand, was strolling leisurely and enjoying the feeling of being in the rain. When the raindrops fell on his body, they seeped into his body and turned into a nourishing force, replenishing his dantian. Duan Yu's voice suddenly rang out in Yunxiao's spiritual ocean. What a bullshit barrier. Since those law enforcement officers can't investigate this place with their divine senses, let me go out and instantly exterminate these little ghosts to save the trouble. No need, Yunxiao said with a voice transmission. I'll just have to experience the power of this barrier. Besides, I must get this array map. It's the perfect time to open the Divine Realm Tablet's water territory. In the 4 territories of Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind in the Divine Realm Tablet, each formation was far beyond his knowledge. He couldn't activate it with his own power. Even if he restored himself to the peak of the 9 Heavens realm in his previous life, he might not have a way and had to find another way. Activating and breaking arrays with arrays was a kind of array Dao that the martial sovereign, Teng Guang, had once explained to him. He had used the True Phoenix Fire and the Skynet Flame formation to activate the fire territory. The barrier of rain was no weaker than the Skynet Flame formation, but he still had to find something that could rival the True Phoenix Fire to be the eye of the water domain. Let me see what kind of strength a person who can kill a Wu Zong with a wave of his hand has. Lung Quan's words instantly changed Yunxiao's mind. Several disciples behind Lung Quan spread out in an instant, and their figures were so strange that they hid directly in the rain and were difficult to detect. They were the controllers of the Ward of Rain, and were ready to attack together with Lung Quan at any time. Although they had not seen Yunxiao kill a martial grandmaster with a wave of his hand in Fire Crow Empire, they would rather believe it. Coupled with Yunxiao's arrogant performance on Chonghua Island, he was almost invincible, and those who tried to rob the crystals were robbed instead. This was why Lung Quan had set up such a large formation in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Rise! One of the disciples hidden in the rain suddenly shouted and took the lead. His figure emerged from the rain. Then he performed an incantation gesture with one hand and pointed at the ground. Immediately, the accumulated rainwater on the ground quickly gathered and gradually condensed into a huge man in the shape of water, who walked toward Yunxiao step by step with 2 fists the size of clay pot. At this moment, another disciple showed up on the other side. He quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the water on the ground quickly condensed into a water-shaped python, which slithered forward on the ground and opened its mouth to bite Yunxiao. Interesting. Yunxiao leaped into the air and dodged the water python's attack. The tree, which had been riddled with holes by the rain of swords, collapsed with a loud bang, and his figure flew into the air. The water-shaped burly man let out a roar as he swung his pot-sized fists at Yunxiao. His 2 fists left his body and turned into 2 large water balls that shot out. Yunxiao was secretly surprised. This Ward of Rain was indeed unpredictable, as it had such a strange attack method. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly punched out with both fists. It hit the water ball, trying to shake it away. However, to his surprise, the water ball was soft and his fists sank into it. The ball of water immediately dissolved and flowed up his arms, completely wrapping them up. The water vapor was about to penetrate into his skin. At this moment, the water python on the ground also rose into the air and wrapped around Yunxiao in an instant, strangling him so tightly that he could not move. Its huge snake head flicked its tongue and stared at him coldly. At this moment, Lung Quan was still standing in the distance without moving. He laughed involuntarily. "City Lord, don't tell me that's all you've got? If you're just an undeserved reputation, then you'll be in deep trouble today." He said it with a relaxed expression, but his heart was actually very heavy. These 2 water transformation techniques were very easy to use, but they were actually the most powerful killing moves in the Ward of Rain. Even if he had the strength of a martial arts grandmaster, he would definitely die if he was trapped like this. Yunxiao was unable to move because of the water snake strangling, and a large amount of water vapor seeped into his body, turning into streams of ice power that were about to seal all his meridians. At that moment, his body temperature began to drop sharply, and his entire body turned a light blue color. Yunxiao raised his head slightly and said solemnly, "What a powerful formation! So powerful even when it's set up by 4 martial kings. If the people who set up the formation were 4 martial sovereigns, it would be hard to imagine." as expected, of one of the 7 strongest elemental barriers. In my current state, even a normal Wuzong would die. The Lord of Cloud Sky City is not a martial grandmaster. I'm afraid he won't be able to stop you. Lung Quan's eyes narrowed and he sneered. Yun Xiao chuckled, and all his muscles instantly swelled up. With a bang, his body expanded a little, and his muscles bulged one after another. A powerful force instantly shook off the water vapor that had seeped into his skin, forming a faint stream of light outside his body and completely isolating him from the water vapor. This is a Xianxia. Lung Quan was taken aback as he saw Yun Xiao's body begin to twist in an extremely strange posture, and it was getting faster and faster, as if he was not bound by the water snake. Bang! The water snake's huge body was finally shattered, turning into a pool of water vapor that fell down. Yun Xiao's eyes flickered with a golden light as he stomped in the air and rushed in one direction, throwing out a punch and locking the space in that direction. Not good! Die! Lung Quan shouted as he turned transparent in an instant and disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he reappeared in front of Yun Xiao, his cold eyes sweeping over him as he threw out a punch as well. The 2 fist beams collided and were knocked back. Yun Xiao's cultivation base was far weaker than the cold springs, and now, under the influence of the barrier, he only had 3 or 4/10 of his true qi left, while the cold springs' power was doubled. Under this situation, Yun Xiao's meridians were damaged, and a mouthful of blood from his internal organs gushed into his throat. His entire body was sent flying. Although Lung Quan's genuine qi had the upper hand, he felt a huge force pressing on his fist. It was not the pressure of genuine qi, but the real strength of his physical body. There was no trickery at all. Creak, creak. The bones of his fist actually cracked, and fresh blood seeped out of the tip of his fist. His entire body was forced to take a few steps back by this punch. Behind him, a panicked figure appeared. It was one of the disciples who had set up the formation. Yun Xiao had actually discovered the disciples' hiding place and wanted to break it one by one. If Lung Quan had not reacted in time, the barrier would have been in danger. He looked at the bleeding fist in his hand, and his eyes were even colder than the frost and snow. He said coldly, "How did you find him?" Apart from the attack power and the additional status, the barrier of the 7 major elements had one more thing that gave the opponent the most headache. The person who set up the barrier was extremely secretive. Unless the barrier was broken by force, it was impossible to catch the person who set up the barrier. Yun Xiao was badly shaken by Lung Quan's punch. If not for his mighty body, which protected him from the rain enchantment, he would have been killed. What a powerful barrier. Apart from the water element Jin Qi, everything else is greatly reduced. Humph! Lung Quan snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "It's good that you know. You really didn't let me down. If I hadn't acted carefully and set up this barrier, it would have been difficult to capture you. Could it be that you can easily take me down now?" Yun Xiao smiled coldly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Oh? Do you still have a way to save your life? I'm looking forward to it. Otherwise, it would be too boring to end the game like this." Lung Quan coldly said, "I also know water-type techniques." Yun Xiao put his palms together, and streams of blue gas flowed out of his body and slowly condensed in the sky, turning into a huge dragon's head, its eyes emitting a chilling aura. Lung Quan turned pale with fright and said in shock, "You're a coward? You're a coward? You're also a water-type martial artist? How is that possible?" Yun Xiao sneered. "All techniques return to one. It's just a conversion of 5 elements. This time, the barrier was fair to everyone. Try my move, Water Dragon Roar." Boom! The water-type true dragon suddenly whizzed out, letting out a huge dragon roar as it rushed towards the cold spring. Its strength was not any weaker than that of a martial arts grandmaster. As expected, Yun Xiao's primordial qi had also been enhanced after being converted to water element. It was a pity that he didn't know any water-type martial arts techniques. Fortunately, all techniques were connected, and any move he casually made was also extremely powerful. The water dragon roar was created when he saw the water snake. As a martial sovereign who was once at the peak of the 9 heavens realm, He could basically learn everything with a single glance, except for some rare superpowers. Fuck! I've seen a ghost! Fuck! Lung Quan was so shocked that he cursed. He suddenly rose into the air and several incantation seals appeared on his palm. Blue light bloomed. It was a water-type palm technique. Blue Tyrant Palm. A huge palm print condensed in the air and pressed down fiercely, directly hitting the head of the water dragon, directly shattering the water dragon's transformation. At this moment, the 4 disciples hidden in the rain began to cast incantations. All kinds of water-type mimicry objects rose from the ground. There was a burly man, a sky-devouring python, a strange tree, and finally it was actually a millstone. Lung Quan opened his hands, and a light spread out in his palms, gradually forming a long spear. With a cold intent like ice and snow, he stood behind. He fell from the sky and stepped on the python's head. Staring coldly at Xianxia, he said proudly, "So what if you know water-type martial skills?" Each of these 4 water elemental objects had the combat power of a martial arts grandmaster. With me, you will have to face 5 Wuzongs. If you still win, then why not give you the array diagram of the Ward of Rain? Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said, "After today's battle, I believe that you can go even further on the road of martial Dao." Ha! How arrogant! Do you think you're a martial arts grandmaster? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Today, I'll give you an unforgettable lesson. Go! Lung Quan stomped his foot and shouted. The python immediately flew up, and the other 3 transformed creatures also moved quickly, but their speed was slightly slower. Lung Quan stepped on the snake's head. He raised the tip of his spear, creating a large splash. It was as thin as a blade, and he ruthlessly cut it. Yunxiao did not dare to be careless, and he quickly retreated. At this moment, he did not dare to hide his strength. Fortunately, the barrier of rain could shield him from the divine sense outside. There was a flash of golden light between his eyebrows, and the divine realm tablet broke out of his body and went to suppress the blade-like spray of water. Ift, ift, ift. The large amount of water hit the divine realm tablet and splashed like waves, but it did not cause any damage. The divine realm tablet suddenly enlarged in the air, emitting a jade-like light that pressed down on Lung Quan. What kind of profound level weapon is this? Lung Quan was shocked. His casual attack was actually so fragile. Moreover, the ancient chi from the divine realm tablet made him feel that he could not resist it. Swish! At this time, the big tree suddenly grew a large number of branches and frantically tried to bind the divine realm tablet in all directions. Soon, the branches made of water element tied the divine realm tablet tightly and stopped it in the air. Lung Quan breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes shone with a cold light. Every move of Yunxiao's was beyond his expectations. There seemed to be an endless number of trump cards after his trump cards, which was really dangerous. He could not suppress the killing intent in his eyes. The python suddenly raised its head and was about to rush into the sky with the cold spring water. Yunxiao sneered as he waved his hands. Rings of golden light burst out of his body, filled with the ancient tadpole-like characters that were hard to understand, and began to dance in the air. Great Realm Divine Technique! Golden light suddenly bloomed from the divine realm tablet, piercing through the binding of the transformed tree in an instant. The golden tablet god broke free and pressed directly onto the cold spring. What? Lung Quan was shocked. An unparalleled mighty force locked him down, and the feeling of being unable to resist surged in his heart. He was shocked. He stomped on the ground lightly, and the python immediately soared into the sky, turning into a huge water column and heading toward the divine realm tablet. Bang! The falling speed of the divine realm tablet was immediately stopped, but the water column was squeezed out and became weaker and weaker. Lung Quan's long spear thrust upwards, and the thousands of ice mirrors on the ground were lifted up and thrust upwards with his long spear. The water-shaped burly man also jumped over, and 2 big fists smashed over. There was also the stone plate, which kept spinning in the air, exuding a shocking pressure, pressing down on the divine realm tablet. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, The golden divine realm tablet lost all its light and flew back to Yunxiao's hand under the joint attack of several parties. Take his life while he's sick. Die. Lung Quan shouted as he swept his spear across the air. The cold air brought up by the tip of the spear almost cut the space in half as it flew toward Yunxiao. The threat that the divine realm tablet gave him was too great. He wanted to kill it in one fell swoop while the profound level weapon was restrained. Originally, victory was already in the bag, but to actually be thrown into such a sorry state by a mysterious profound armament, she had long been holding in a stomach full of anger. The four men hiding in the rain also quickly performed incantation gestures. The burly man, the python, the giant tree, and the millstone rushed up one after another, taking advantage of the fact that the divine realm tablet had just been damaged, which was the best time to kill Yunxiao. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he spat out a few words. A few golden words immediately emerged on the divine realm tablet in his hand, and a circle of flames shot out of it, instantly turning into a sea of fire that spread out in all directions. Tianluo Flaming Battle Formation. Open. A mini battle flag appeared on the divine realm tablet, and the Tianluo Flaming Battle Formation charged forward in an overbearing manner. The rain that filled the sky was actually forced to flow backward, using an array to break an array. Although the ward of rain was not any weaker than the Tianluo Flaming Battle Formation, it had only been set up by 4 Martial King Realm experts. On the other hand, Yunxiao's Tianluo Flaming Battle Formation had 3,600 warriors, and with the addition of the Tianluo Flaming Battle Flag, a 9th-tier mystic artifact, although the main power of the formation was to maintain the fire territory, only a part of its power was diverted, and it was not something that the simple rain barrier could withstand. Boom! The flames spread out without restraint, and all the raindrops in its path were quickly sucked into the air. The ground was set ablaze, turning the place into a fiery hell. Fuck! What's going on? The surrounding temperature suddenly rose and became extremely hot, but Lung Quan felt a bone-chilling chill rush up his spine. In the sea of fire that shrouded the sky, he clearly felt a huge and unparalleled force suppressing him, and he could be burned to ashes at any time. The 4 disciples of the sky-shaking sect who were hiding in the rain also showed themselves one after another. They no longer felt calm and relaxed. They all circulated their genuine chi in horror to resist the attack of the flame. At this moment, in the sky above the barrier of rain, 3 law enforcers were gathered together, frowning as they discussed the situation below. It's already been more than an hour, but the water-type formation has yet to be activated. Is that Li Yunxiao still alive? It's said that this man killed a martial great master with ease. If he really has such strength, it will be a tough battle for Lung Quan to meet him. I don't think so. He has 4 other junior brothers who are all martial kings. Moreover, this formation is extremely strange. Can even block our divine sense. One must know that even the spirit-restricting formation on this island is unable to do so. Not bad. This formation gives me a very powerful feeling. Even if I were in it, I'm afraid I'd be in danger. I think that Li Yunxiao is probably dead. I've been in charge of keeping an eye on this cold spring. I'm afraid only Luo Qingyun, who is on the other side of the island, can fight him. The Luo Qingyun who collected more than 600 crystal stones? There's definitely something wrong with that kid. Look, there's a change in the formation. Are the results out yet? The trio's expressions turned cold as they hurriedly looked down. Suddenly, a mass of red appeared on the ground, breaking through the dense dark clouds and spreading towards the surroundings. Billowing flames soared into the sky, and the ancient pressure forced the surrounding space to retreat 3 feet. Even the 3 law enforcement officers felt a shocking pressure. They flew several hundred meters up from their original position in horror. Only then did they feel a trace of security. They looked over in shock and disbelief. Everyone's mind was filled with a huge question mark. What was going on? But what made them go crazy was that this sea of fire also had the effect of blocking divine sense, and they couldn't see. Yunxiao slowly walked forward in the sea of fire. Looking at the 5 people who were struggling to resist, he said, "Do you still have the strength to fight?" The faces of the 5 people were pale, especially the 4 martial kings. They were gradually unable to hold on. Furthermore, they knew that under such circumstances, even if they were to admit defeat, the person in charge of the law enforcement would not have the ability to save them. They were instantly terrified. Lung Quan's eyes flashed with unwillingness as he gritted his teeth and said, "We admit defeat and will give you all the Jingshi." He was not willing to accept this. This flame came out of nowhere. The situation that was originally a sure win was actually turned around by that strange profound level weapon in an instant. But now that he was being suppressed by the other party, he had no choice but to admit defeat. "We admit defeat. We'll give you all the crystals." Lung Quan gritted his teeth, his heart filled with unwillingness. He took out several dozen crystals and a jade slip. On it was the diagram of the barrier of rain. He threw it over without even looking at it. "Humph, you admit defeat so reluctantly." "You're not convinced?" Xianxia sneered. "I bet you're not." He took out 5 crystals and threw them back, saying, "I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't agree, I'll wait for you in Mount Meru." Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and the divine realm tablet went back into his glabella. The sea of fire lost its source and gradually dissipated. The sky returned to its cloudless state. "Are the results out yet? Who won?" Thousands of meters in the air, the law enforcement officers looked down in horror as they saw Xianxia fly away, leaving Lung Quan and the other 4 behind. "Li Yunxiao is not dead? Lung Quan didn't die? Who won? Hurry up and check the direction of the crystals." One of them hurriedly made a hand seal, and a water curtain formed in front of him, gradually pulling open. It clearly showed that more than 100 crystals were leaving quickly, leaving only 5 crystals in place. "It's Li Yunxiao who won. How can this be? 1 against 5 and in such a strange formation. What on earth happened?" The 3 of them were shocked and in disbelief. "You guys, quickly look." One of them pointed at the water screen, his pupils suddenly widening. The other 2's eyes also narrowed as they said in horror, "Hurry up and leave." The 3 of them immediately turned into beams of light and shot in Yunxiao's direction. Lung Quan and the others below also left quickly, leaving behind a desolate area with a radius of 1,000 meters. At this moment, thousands of meters above the ground, more than 10 law enforcement officers had gathered together and were looking down. "Why are you guys here?" "I'm afraid I can't control the situation, so I came over to take a look." After flying for a while, Yunxiao landed on a huge rock, sat down cross-legged, and began to regulate his breathing. Just as he sat cross-legged, a beam of strong light fell from the sky like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. It had the power to destroy the world and covered a radius of 1,000 meters. "Humph!" Yunxiao snorted lightly as he pointed a finger at the stone and began to carve. The moment he sat cross-legged, he had quickly carved out a complicated array that glowed with a golden light. A circle of runes broke free from the formation and began to spin around him, forming a cage that protected his entire body. Boom! The strong light fell and bombarded the golden symbols. The circles of golden symbols were illuminated by the strong light until they were transparent white, and faint cracks appeared. Boom! The light bloomed like a huge water lotus flower, blinding and burning. Yunxiao was instantly drowned in the strong light. "The world is a fantasy, and the universe is desolate. Art of universe." A vigorous voice rang out in the air, as if his words followed his dharmakaya. The sky in all directions seemed to collapse, and it compressed towards the place where the water lotus had bloomed. The entire island began to shake slightly from this attack. All the disciples and law enforcement officers on the entire Chonghua Island felt this shaking. They raised their heads in horror and looked at the huge pressure forming in the air and pressing down fiercely. The earth-shaking power shocked everyone. Lung Quan's heart trembled as he stared at the sky in a daze. He muttered, "That direction, could it be Wufu?" His face changed, and he instantly changed direction, flying down from the sky. What kind of martial technique is this? It's actually drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. An old man suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, 2 other people appeared in 2 other directions. They all looked down in shock. These three people were the top people in charge of Chonghua Island. They were Fang De from Jutian sect, Tu Lei from Thousand Crane sect, and Huang Xiaolong from Elusive World Valley. Greetings to the three lords. The dozen or so law enforcement officers stepped forward to pay their respects. These law enforcement officers were all from the three top sects of the Southern Mountain Range. Who's doing this? It actually drew in such a powerful force of the world that it startled the three of us out of the void. Fang De looked down in shock. One of the representatives from Firecrow Empire said, Elder Fang De. It was Luo Qingyun of the Sky Fragrance Empire. He seems to want to kill Li Yunxiao of the Firecrow Empire in one fell swoop. What? Fang De and the other two were shocked and looked over in horror. Li Yunxiao. Fang De was even more shocked. He's the one who destroyed the Xingyang family and killed Zhou Yushan? It's this person. We've just snatched 97 crystals from Lang Quan of the Muxu Empire. The person in charge replied. And he has 156 crystals in total. Luo Qingyun has 742 crystals. What? The three of them were shocked, but their expressions were different. Tu Lei was obviously overjoyed, and his smile was so wide that his face cracked. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong's face was as gloomy as water. Lung Quan also knew that he was the strongest junior in the Muxu Empire this time. He heard that he had extraordinary strength, but he was actually robbed by others. Now that nearly 1,000 crystals were gathered here, no matter who won or lost, it had nothing to do with their Muxu Empire. How could he not be angry? Fang De, on the other hand, looked worried. With such a powerful force, no matter how optimistic he was about Yunxiao, he could not help but feel uneasy. As soon as the three of them entered the island, they immediately fled into the void and began cultivating. He did not care about the situation on the island at all. At this moment, he was shocked by the powerful power of the heavens and the earth. He did not expect that other than the disciples of the great aristocratic families, these small sects also had such powerful juniors. Such a powerful martial skill can't be unknown. What is the background of this Luo Qingyun? Tu Lei was overjoyed, but he couldn't help but doubt. While everyone was exclaiming in admiration, the space below seemed to be extremely distorted. It was completely squeezing towards the place where the strong light bloomed, wanting to crush everything. At this moment, a ray of sword light shot up into the sky, cutting the light that was blooming like a water lotus. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to have the feeling of the first light of dawn, and the clouds had dispersed. Even the twisted void came to a stop under this sword and began to bounce back gradually. Sword Art Star Destruction. Yunxiao's voice resounded through the sky. With a long sword in his hand, he shot up into the sky, leaving a trail of frost in his wake as he slashed at a certain spot in the void. Wherever the sword ray passed, the sky would be split open. That's right. Fang De's pupils shrank and he said in shock, Frost Hook! Lung Xinggua's sword is indeed in his hands. There seemed to be faint traces of tearing on the spatial node. Half of Luo Qingyun's body suddenly jumped out. He was horrified to see the sword coming down. He quickly crossed his hands together, and the two copper rings on his wrists suddenly unsealed and combined into one, forming a huge copper ring. It flew out and met the sword light. Bang! Sparks flew from the bronze ring as it was struck by the sword ray. It vibrated in the air and gave off a soul-shaking buzzing sound that lasted for a long time. Luo Qingyun took back the bronze ring with one hand and stepped out of the void. He stood in the air and looked at Yunxiao in the distance with a serious look in his eyes. But then he chuckled and said, Li Yunxiao, you really surprised me. After the attack, Yunxiao stepped back onto the ground and stood up with the sword in his hand. Surprised my ass, is it fun to sneak attack? I almost lost my life for you. Luo Qingyun held the bronze ring with one hand and kept spinning it in his palm. It was obviously a very powerful, profound level weapon. He said indifferently, Aren't you as lively as a dragon and a tiger now? A serious expression flashed across his face, and he said, I originally thought that even if the barrier of rain couldn't deal with you, it could at least heavily injure you. But I didn't expect you to be completely unscathed. I'm really curious how you did it. You can go in and give it a try if you have the chance. Xianxia sneered. It'll be fun. Luo Qingyun laughed out loud and said, although that barrier of rain can't trap me, it'll still take a lot of effort to get out. I definitely wouldn't be as relaxed as you are. I'm very curious, Xianxia said. How did you collect so many crystals? It's impossible that you can sense it with your divine sense, right? Luo Qingyun was honest and said without any scruples. These crystals are all made of 1,000 steel rock. I have a gold-eating rat with me, so I can sense the existence of the 1,000 steel rock. Xianxia nodded and said, so that's how it is. Although the gold-swallowing mouse isn't a precious demonic beast, it's still very rare. The people in charge of law enforcement in the sky suddenly realized why Luo Qingyun could collect so many. The two of them exchanged a few words and then fell silent. The entire space became very oppressive, as if a storm was coming. Even the lake outside Xianxia Island began to ripple. Finally, Luo Qingyun couldn't help but move first. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s. However, how could he be compared to Gu Feiyang in terms of temperament? Spirit Heaven Ring. Great change dance technique. That copper ring was also an extremely powerful profound level weapon, and it was unscathed from the slash of Frost Hook. Ding! The sound of the copper rings rang out, and the entire sky was silent. Luo Qingyun's body danced in the air along with the music of the bronze ring. It was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Ding-ling, ding-ling. All the young disciples on the Xianxia Island were dazed by the sound of the bell. Is this a spiritual attack? Fangda's heart skipped a beat. The sound of the bell had even made some of the law enforcement officers' eyes begin to blur. But it was not enough for him, so he was not affected. He was most worried about Xianxia. When he looked over, he saw that Xianxia was also gradually losing his mind, and he immediately grew anxious. Humph, spiritual attacks are the most powerful martial techniques, and ordinary warriors can't resist them at all. Even if you're at the same level as me, you won't be able to resist them, let alone a martial lord. A trace of pride flashed across Luo Qingyun's face as he slowly descended from the sky. Each step was extremely rhythmic and complemented the sound of the bronze rings. With the great change dance, Luo Qingyun was in front of Xianxia in just a few steps. Looking at Yunxiao's blank face, he sighed slightly and said, I thought it would be interesting, but I didn't expect you to fall for it so easily. With your strength, it shouldn't have happened. Sigh, what a pity. He raised his hand slightly and slapped at Yunxiao's head. Too bad, your sister. A smile suddenly appeared on Yunxiao's dull face, and his misty eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by clarity. There was even a strange look in his pupils, which made Luo Qingyun's heart tremble and almost lose his mind. What? Luo Qingyun was shocked and knew that he had fallen into a trap. He quickly withdrew his right palm and quickly retreated. Since you want to play, let's do something big. The smile on Yunxiao's face turned extremely strange, and his whole body suddenly twisted, then was completely torn apart, turning into petals that drifted away in the wind. This is a swan and I. An illusion. Luo Qingyun was greatly shocked. Only now did he realize that the sky and earth around him had begun to turn dark. The scenes of the 4 seasons were rapidly changing and moving away from him. Even the space became extremely unstable, as if it was about to shatter. How was that possible? He had used a spiritual attack, but it was the opposite of his opponents. Just how powerful a soul skill was needed to do this? What kind of monster was this young man? Just as he was overwhelmed with disbelief, a huge phantom suddenly appeared in the distorted space and walked toward him. With every step the shadow took, the world trembled, and the golden light on its body was dazzling. Great Illusion Fist. The shadow opened its mouth and slowly spat out 4 words. Then, it raised its fist high and smashed it down on Luo Qingyun. As he punched out, the entire space suddenly shrank and was distorted by the power of his punch. The world turned into the shadow of his fist and came down with it. What is this? Great Illusion Fist. Great Illusion Fist. Luo Qingyun suddenly thought of something. When he saw the face of the shadow clearly, he was scared out of his wits and his whole body turned pale. This was the space of consciousness. If his body were to be blown apart, he would be completely finished in reality. And with a punch from this man in front of him, there was no way he could not die. Ao Chongkong. It was the tyrant martial sovereign, Ao Chongkong, and his great illusion fist. With one punch, the four poles collapsed. Who was this kid? Could it be that he has seen Ao Chongkong and even seen him punch? Luo Qingyun was so scared that his face turned pale. It was impossible for him to take Ao Chongkong's punch. His only chance of survival was to break this spiritual space and escape. True dragon transformation. He let out a loud roar and his body began to become extremely terrifying. Green scales appeared and covered his entire body. His body directly rose into the air and stretched out, turning into an ancient true dragon in the blink of an eye. Soaring dragon celestial body, motionless king fist. Boom! 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 Luo Qingyun, who had turned into an ancient true dragon, roared and began to crash his body into the spiritual space. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of fist shadows were thrown out. Cracks began to appear in the entire space, and it was about to collapse at any time. At this moment, Ao Chongkong's fist shadow also fell. Because the power was too great, the entire space was immediately shattered into pieces and began to dissipate. However, the power of that punch actually transcended the space fragments and spread out layer by layer. Those space fragments that were transmitted by the power of the punch all shattered into nothingness and dissipated in the black hole. No! Luo Qingyun roared in horror. The power of Ao Chongkong's punch had shattered countless space fragments and transmitted them over. Even though only 1% of its power was left, it was still not something he could withstand. Sacred true dragon body. The strongest defense. Boom! An ancient true dragon was hit by the remaining power of the fist and was sent flying like an earthworm, spraying blood in the air. At this time, the whole spiritual space was shattered. On the Chonghua Island, Luo Qingyun's real body directly spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew out like a broken kite. What's going on? High up in the sky, everyone was shocked. The law enforcement officers who had lost their minds all came back to their senses, and their faces immediately showed shame. How could Luo Qingyun be injured? Yeah, it's too strange. He had just raised his palm and was about to end Yunxiao's life. So how did he suddenly get injured and fly out? Did any of you see Yunxiao make his move? Huang Xiaolong's face turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "All of you shut up. Don't embarrass yourself." Luo Qingyun's spiritual attack was backfired by Yunxiao's spiritual power. Tu Lei swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, "The mental energy that the copper ring released just now was overbearing and powerful. It was actually reflected back by the opponent. What the hell is wrong with this Li Yunxiao?" These people thought that Luo Qingyun had suffered a spiritual backlash, and no one knew that he had been directly sucked into Yunxiao's spiritual space and almost turned into ashes. The danger in it was beyond their comprehension. An ancient true dragon. This kid has actually learned the secret technique of the true dragon. Yunxiao's eyes burst with a bright light. With his mental power as a fifth-tier alchemist and the great expansion divine technique, the mental prison he had created was so strong that even a sixth-tier alchemist would not be able to escape. He first pretended to be weak and played along, showing that he had been tricked. The moment he pulled Luo Qingyun into his mental prison, he thought that the battle was over. This was because no one could possibly receive the punch of Ao Chongkong that he had conjured. Who knew that the other party would transform into a true dragon and shatter his spiritual prison? Ao Chongkong's last punch was only 1% of the power of his fist. Luo Qingyun would have died for sure even if the space had been able to support him for a moment. He had to admit that he was extremely lucky. Bang! The rock under Yunxiao's feet shattered, and he instantly cast a movement technique and chased after Luo Qingyun. Although that punch had injured him quite a bit, it was not to the extent of losing his combat power. Yunxiao gently landed in a forest and saw a pool of blood on the ground, which was Luo Qingyun's vomit, but she was gone. Humph, you want to escape? Since you already know how powerful my mental power is, you should also know that the restrictions on this island are useless against me. He instantly spread out his spirit sense, covering the entire Xianxia island, but he didn't find Luo Qingyun's shadow. So it was hiding in the void. With your strength, it's impossible for you to escape into the void. It must be that copper ring profound level weapon that has the ability to hide in the void. If that's the case, I'll just break open the void gate and seal you inside. Yunxiao raised the long sword in his hand, and circles of terrifying sword intent bloomed from Wugo Shuang's Shueming. As he pointed the long sword forward, specks of fluorescent light flickered around him, like stars filling the sky, emitting a faint starlight. The starlight gradually poured into the sword, causing it to gradually become transparent. Sword art morning light. A ray of sword radiance pierced through the sky and instantly split the entire forest into two, slashing towards a spatial node. Luo Qingyun, who had been hiding in the void, could no longer sit still. He suddenly emerged from the void, and the pair of copper rings fell into his arms, shaking violently. One of his arms exuded a shocking amount of power as it was gradually covered in green scales. True Dragon's sacred body dragon, Emperor Strength Meridian. Luo Qingyun's face was pale with anger, and there was still a large amount of blood at the corner of his mouth that he had not had time to wipe. With a single punch, space seemed to shatter as it rumbled down. The copper rings released rings of golden light and bombarded the ground. Boom! As the two huge forces collided, the entire sky was split open, turning into two different colors. The entire Xianxia island became dark and gloomy. Under this move, they were actually evenly matched. Yunxiao knew that it was because his opponent's body had been severely injured. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to compete with his opponent with his strength as a martial lord. It had to be known that his opponent's true dragon secret technique was definitely not below his own sword scripture, and the grade of that copper ring could even surpass his own frost hook Shueming. At this moment, Luo Qingyun's heart was also extremely bitter. At first, he wanted to use his spiritual attack to defeat his opponent, but he didn't expect that he would end up trapping himself in a cocoon. Not only was his opponent's spiritual power far superior to his, but his soul art was also extremely powerful, which was extremely rare. Now that his physical body was on the verge of collapse, it was hard to say who would win. Who are you? It could actually imitate Lord Ao Changkong's great illusion fist. And he even knows Lord Gu Feiyang's sword art. Luo Qingyun could not help but ask. Firstly, he was really curious. Secondly, he could buy as much time as possible so that he could recover more energy. Oh? Your background is not simple either. Not only did he know the true dragon's secret technique, but he also knew Ao Changkong's fist and Gu Feiyang's sword. Who's your lord? Yunxiao also asked curiously. Luo Qingyun was speechless. A 15-year-old kid was asking her who her parents were. The scene was extremely comical, but he could not laugh. Humph, you don't need to care about who I am. Although I've accidentally fallen into your trap, you're still dreaming if you think you can defeat me. Why don't we stop here? Luo Qingyun said arrogantly. TSK. Each of us has our own plans? Yunxiao laughed with a greedy look on his face. He licked his lips and said, You should have at least a few hundred crystals on you, right? You can take one with you and leave the rest behind. Arrogant. Luo Qingyun was slightly angry. If we continue to fight, it will be a lose-lose situation for both sides. At that time, someone will take advantage of us and not have a single crystal. That would be a ghost. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said coldly, If you want to attack me, you must be prepared to die. Whether I spare you or not will depend on my mood. Luo Qingyun's expression changed drastically, and he laughed in anger. Haha! What an arrogant kid! Since you want to play to the end, I'll accompany you to the end. You think you can defeat me just because you injured me? He took out a jade green pearl, and with a ferocious expression, he bit it. His pupils suddenly shrank and turned into a strange dark green color. A strange aura burst out from his body. Yunxiao's heart trembled, and his eyes widened in horror as he saw Luo Qingyun's body begin to change like the one in the mental prison. Gradually, he turned into a dragon, but even more bizarre and powerful. Demon transformation pill? No, how could there be a demonic core that could transform into a dragon in this world? What did that kid eat just now? Bang bang. Bang bang. The sound of a heartbeat came from Luo Qingyun's body, and it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Everyone felt shocked. High up in the sky, Fangde and the other two were also shocked. Every time their hearts beat, they felt their blood vessels expand. As they beat at the same frequency, they actually gave birth to a violent aura. What's going on? This strange power, could it be a powerful demon? What did that kid just eat? Look at his body, it looks like he's demonizing. It should be a demonic pill. Heavens! How strong was this demonic pill? Look at his body, what did he look like in his demon form? Why does it look like the evil dragon from the legends? Tisk, fuck. The dragon clan was just an illusory legend. It was said that they were all existences of the 10 Directions divine realm. How could there be a demonic core that can transform into a dragon? The group of law enforcement officers discussed nonstop, but the feeling of their blood pumping stronger and stronger made them feel extremely uncomfortable. With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong opened a barrier and immediately enveloped everyone inside before they calmed down. This kind of pulse spread throughout the entire Chonghua Island. The other participating disciples were not so lucky. One by one, their eyes began to turn ferocious and they gradually lost consciousness. Yun Xiao looked at Luo Qingyun, a look of reminiscence and shock flashing in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "This feeling is actually dragon might. No wonder his true dragon secret technique is so powerful that it can shatter my spiritual cage. He actually has the bloodline of a dragon." Luo Qingyun's entire body had turned into a demonic beast's appearance. He had a thick and long tail and 2 strange horns on his forehead. He looked like a legendary evil dragon. It was said that the ancient true dragon was born from heaven and earth, the spirit of 10,000 spirits, but it could not reproduce by itself. They could only mate with the powerful beings of other races to reproduce. This caused the true dragon's bloodline to become thinner and thinner, and there were even legends of the dragon giving birth to 9 sons, each of which was different. For countless years, there had been records in the history of the heavenly martial continent that powerful beings with the dragon bloodline would appear from time to time. They could be demons, humans, or other races. However, without exception, these powerful existences with the dragon bloodline would all become unrivaled powerhouses in the future. However, after countless years, a true ancient dragon had never been born. The dragon bloodline became thinner and thinner, as if it was going to be annihilated in history. Li Yunxiao, you can die with no regrets now that you've forced me into this state. Luo Qingyun's momentum was unusually strong, and his body that had been injured at the beginning had also fully recovered, giving people a feeling that he was unparalleled. Whoosh! As soon as Luo Qingyun finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared from where he was. Then, at the speed of almost teleportation, he threw a punch at Yun Xiao. So fast! Yun Xiao was shocked. The speed was faster than he could see with his naked eyes, and he could only sense it with his divine sense. He suddenly punched out as well. The two's fist forces collided in the air. It was all the power of the physical body and not a single bit of vital qi. Boom! The two of them were sent flying back at the same time. Luo Qingyun's demonic eyes almost popped out as he said in shock, "How is that possible? You actually took my punch with your body? What's wrong with your body?" Yun Xiao's blood and qi were rolling all over his body, and the blood under his skin was shaking. The great force of the other party had almost shattered his body. It should be known that even a martial grandmaster could not hurt him with his supreme tyrant body. The dragon bloodline was indeed so powerful. Luo Qingyun's eyes were filled with a cold and fierce light as he said, "I finally know the secret behind your strength. With an extremely powerful divine sense and a body comparable to a martial grandmaster's strength. Even if you only have the cultivation of a martial lord, it's no wonder that you could kill a martial grandmaster with a wave of your hand and walk out of the ward of rain unscathed." The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger, and he said, "In the entire 4 regions of the realm of heavenly martial arts, among the countless geniuses of the younger generation, you may be the biggest threat to me. I will definitely kill you today. His ferocity was monstrous, and the power of the evil dragon spread out from his body. Just by standing there, he felt as if space was about to collapse in. It was abnormally terrifying. True dragon's sacred body dragon Emperor Force Meridian. Shatter everything for me. The veins on one of Luo Qingyun's arms popped out and densely covered the entire arm. It suddenly grew bigger in the air and punched down fiercely. It was as if a small mountain had suddenly fallen down. The space in the four directions was squeezed, as if the mountain had collapsed and the earth had cracked. It was as if the entire island was going to sink. The law enforcement officers in the distance were all shocked and looked at everything in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong said in a daze, "With one punch, the space is distorted. This is already the strength of a martial emperor." Fang De's face was ashen as he said in a deep voice, "There's something wrong with the pill that Luo Qingyun just swallowed. So this competition has lost its fairness. Moreover, this kind of power is close to that of a martial emperor, and it's enough to threaten the lives of every disciple on the island. I suggest that the three of us join forces to capture him now." "Who said you can't take pills?" Tu Lei said unhappily. "He's just a martial emperor. As long as we open the barrier and fix this space, the energy fluctuation can be limited to the nearby area to a minimum, and it won't affect the other disciples at all." "Humph, Fangda, don't try to play tricks. Even if that Li Yunxiao has extraordinary abilities, he's dead for sure." Fangda's face turned livid with anger when he saw Huang Xiaolong's nonchalant attitude. Even if he lost the crystal, he would still save Yunxiao's life later. It would be an unbearable loss for Firecrow Empire if a genius-like existence were to fall just like that. Down below, Yunxiao's expression turned unusually serious. This battle was perhaps the most difficult one he had ever fought since his rebirth. His opponent's current strength was already at the martial emperor realm. Now that all the law enforcement officers had their eyes on the two of them, it was impossible for him to ask Duan Yu to kill Luo Qingyun. At this moment, when Luo Qingyun's fist landed, he didn't dare to be careless. A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows, and the divine realm tablet fell into his hand. An ancient golden tadpole-like character condensed in his palm and slapped directly on the divine realm tablet. Suddenly, the golden light brightened and suppressed the fist light. Luo Qingyun's pupils contracted. After seeing the golden tadpole-like characters clearly, he cried out in horror, "Ancient golden characters! What kind of treasure was this? Could it be an ancient profound level weapon?" Boom! The fist landed on the divine realm tablet, and the tablet lost all its light and flew back into Yunxiao's hand. Luo Qingyun's face was as calm as water. He strode down from the sky and muttered, "Good boy. You actually have ancient profound artifacts and ancient golden characters. I'm going to rip you apart today and see what other secrets you have." Yunxiao's heart trembled. As expected, the other party's background was not simple. Not only did he have the dragon bloodline, but he was also very knowledgeable. He could recognize the Ward of Rain, the Great Illusion Fist, the sword art, and all the other things that were rarely seen. Now, he could even recognize the ancient golden characters. Although the Divine Realm Tablet's level was far above that of an ordinary ancient profound weapon, it was indeed a treasure that had been passed down from ancient times. You think you're invincible just because you've activated your dragon blood? Today, I'm going to suppress a martial emperor and extract the dragon's blood. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with ruthlessness as he quickly performed an incantation gesture. A towering sea of flames was immediately released from the Divine Realm Tablet, burning everything in its path. "Not good, what's with this flame? Hurry up and open the barrier." Huang Xiaolong and the others were taken aback. They had been on guard against Luo Qingyun, but they did not expect Yunxiao to be the first one to launch such a large-scale attack. The three of them immediately concealed themselves in the void. The next moment, they appeared in 3 different directions and put up their defenses. Suddenly, a green shield fell from the sky and extended over the island, covering the entire area within 100 miles. The sea of fire released by Yunxiao reached the edge of the barrier in an instant and was soon intercepted. This blazing sea of fire! He rushed to the cold spring outside the barrier and looked at the scene inside in horror. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead as he said in fear, "What kind of monster is that kid fighting? I couldn't even muster up the will to resist that pressure just now." At the same time, in the building by the Brightheart Lake, Xianxia and the other two were also staring at the water curtain nervously, although they could not see the detailed scene. However, the thousands of crystals were gathered together and could not be separated for a long time. It could be seen that the intensity of the battle was not ordinary. Xianxia clenched his fists so hard that his palms broke out in a cold sweat. He was sure that one of the two men must be Xianxia. Thinking of that young man's peerless demeanor, he didn't think that there would be anyone who could contend with him. Chuyu also drank dozens of cups of tea nervously. Luo Qingyun's strength, which even he couldn't see through, should have been able to sweep Qianghua Island. Why couldn't they take it down after such a long battle? As soon as Xianxia spread out the sea of flames, Luo Qingyun vigilantly put up a defensive barrier. The towering flames were immediately isolated, unable to hurt her, and all of them circled around her to form a vacuum. Luo Qingyun stared at the Divine Realm tablet for a while and said coldly, "Although this level of flame is stronger than ordinary demonic flames, it's useless in the battle between you and me." He threw a punch, and a strong wind immediately broke through the sea of fire. It seemed to be riding the wind and waves as it came from afar. "Humph!" Xianxia sneered and snorted. "I hope you can still say the same thing after you become a roasted dragon." He spread his fingers, his eyes focused, and said in a low voice, "Tianluo killing field manifestation of fire. All of you, come out." Boom, boom, boom. A rumbling sound resounded in the sea of fire. Suddenly, a huge figure stood up from the fire and rushed toward Luo Qingyun's fist wind. Bang! The wind from the punch pierced through the background and disappeared. Luo Qingyun's pupils contracted, and he said coldly, "It's just an ordinary elemental manifestation. There's nothing special about it." Looking at Xiao's smiling but silent face, he suddenly had a thought. At some point, an ancient fighting will from the void spread out in the sea of fire. It was so strong that it was about to penetrate his body and blow him away. "What's going on?" Luo Qingyun's face suddenly turned pale with horror. He saw that the depths of the flame began to condense into huge creatures, each of which exuded a terrifying charm. All of them were almighty-like existences. This isn't a simple elemental transformation. Oh my God! What is going on? The ancient fighting spirit and the spiritual thoughts of these monsters are still intact. What kind of formation is this? Luo Qingyun's face turned pale. Suddenly, a light flashed in his sea of consciousness, and he cried out, "The Tianluo Fire Squall Formation! Yuing Luo, your sister." It was actually a grade 9 Tianluo Fire Squall Formation. How could they fight it? Fuck! He was so angry that he almost directly vomited blood. This kind of Tier 9 array formation, killing him was like killing a dog. As he looked at the huge creatures that were spurting towards him, he suddenly felt a sense of despair. It was wrong. If it wasn't a Tier 9 existence, it couldn't be. He's just a martial lord, and no matter how heaven-defying he is, he can't cast a level 9 formation. Suddenly, Luo Qingyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted angrily, "I understand now. It's the incomplete Tianluo flaming formation. So there's only ancient fighting spirit in this formation and no real killing move. You want to kill me with just some ancient battle intent? I almost fell for your trap." Luo Qingyun suddenly shouted, and the fear on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a clear look. The sound of bones cracking came from his fingers, and long bone blades grew out of thin air on the back of his hands, making him look terrifying. "Ha! All of you die!" Luo Qingyun's body instantly rushed up and slashed towards those ancient creatures. Wherever the bone blade passed, the flames that had taken form dissipated instantly like dust. This kid is indeed not simple. You also know the Tianluo flame formation. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with solemnity. The Skynet flame array was severely damaged, and the array was still in the Divine Realm tablet, so the power it could exert was limited. He had no better way to deal with it now except to pull Luo Qingyun into the Divine Realm tablet or get Duan Yu out. Motherfucker, let's go all out. So what if I have the bloodline of a true dragon? I'm a reincarnated man. Yun Xiao rushed up in an instant. If he let Luo Qingyun break all the arrays, the situation would be even worse. He formed a hand seal with one hand and commanded the Divine Realm tablet to suppress it. He held Wugo Shuang and Xueming in the other hand and performed a sword technique to strike. Luo Qingyun suddenly stopped and hurriedly slashed at the sword light. Yun Xiao's sword technique was one of Gu Feiyang's 3 great sword techniques. Although there was a huge gap between their strength, he did not dare to neglect it. And the Divine Realm tablet was even more mysterious, which gave him a sense of dread. The items that could take form in the formation were temporarily relieved. They gathered again and rushed over from the ancient battlefield. All kinds of attacks surrounded Luo Qingyun, and for a moment the sky was dark, and the two sides were in a stalemate. The law enforcement officers outside the barrier were already dumbfounded, and they were drenched in cold sweat. These two juniors, one in his teens and the other in his 20s, had actually put on a battle comparable to a martial emperor. Luo Qingyun's powerful transformation and Yun Xiao's endless means were all techniques they had never heard of, and they made them feel relaxed and happy. However, the killing intent within was also soul-shaking. Clang Yun Xiao's long sword slashed at Luo Qingyun's bone blade with all his strength, producing a jarring sound. Anger flashed across Luo Qingyun's face, and he hurriedly shook it away with force. Yun Xiao's long sword was just an external object, so he did not feel any pain in using it, but the bone blade was grown from his own body, so he cherished it as much as his own flesh. How could he bear to fight head-on with it? The Divine Realm tablet was used like a mountain, and its size became extremely huge. Every time it locked onto Luo Qingyun, it would smash down hard. Bang! Luo Qingyun threw the Divine Realm tablet away with a fierce punch and slashed at Yun Xiao with a fierce look on his face. The surrounding sea of fire suddenly shot out and turned into lines of fire, quickly binding Luo Qingyun. He activated his demonic power and rushed out of the flames. He saw a sword light falling from the sky and slashing down. Whoosh! Luo Qingyun dodged quickly and said with a ferocious face, "You have to control the formation, the ancient profound weapon, and your own attack. I'll see how long you can last with your cultivation of a mere martial lord. When your primordial chi is exhausted, I'll slowly peel off your skin." Yun Xiao sneered and said sarcastically, "Are you trying to comfort yourself? Do you think I'm a fool? The pill you just took must contain a trace of dragon chi, which can stimulate the dragon bloodline in your body. I'd also like to know if you'll hold on longer or if I'll. However, if your dragon energy is exhausted, just wait for me to drain your blood." Luo Qingyun's face fell. What Yun Xiao said had hit his weak spot. Dragon Qi was born from heaven and earth, and was extremely rare. A place with abundant dragon Qi and the essence of heaven and earth could breed a true dragon. However, since ancient times, true dragons had only existed in legends. Only some hidden places in the realm of heavenly martial arts would occasionally produce dragon Qi, but all of them were precious treasures. If he had not been forced into a desperate situation by Yun Xiao, he would not have been willing to do so. Such sharp eyes. Luo Qingyun's expression changed, and he said seriously, "He's just a 15-year-old kid, yet he has such strength and knowledge. The power that was able to nurture you definitely isn't a nameless faction on the continent. They aren't any weaker than the transcendent forces." Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "How do you know that I'm not a disciple of one of the superpowers? Don't try to test me. You're a cunning little brat," Luo Qingyun said with a smile. A look of determination flashed across his face, and his aura began to stabilize. He said in a serious tone, "Since you and I are not suitable for a long battle, why don't we decide the winner with one move? If you can withstand the move I'm about to use, you can take all the Jingshi." The flames around him seemed to show a hint of fear after hearing his words and retreated. Yun Xiao's eyes turned serious as well. He raised his head slightly, and under the illumination of the flames, Luo Qingyun's body slowly rose into the sky, blocking the sunlight. The demonic qi on Luo Qingyun's body had actually dissipated at this moment. Instead, there was a sense of holiness on his face, which made people want to worship him. A ray of golden light suddenly bloomed from his chest and spun non-stop in his hands. His entire body turned golden in an instant. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he cried out in horror. Innate divine ability! It's the innate divine ability of an ancient true dragon. The surprise in Luo Qingyun's eyes became even more apparent. He nodded solemnly and said, "That's right. It's the innate divine ability inherited from the ancient true dragon's bloodline. However, the power of my blood is too thin, and I can't awaken it at all. With the dragon qi in the pill, he could barely use it. This innate divine ability is my greatest trump card. If you can take it, you win." Yunxiao was greatly shocked, and his mind was spinning. Some of the most powerful existences in the ancient times were born with great divine abilities that could overturn rivers and seas. This kind of great magical power would be passed on to the descendants through blood. Only when the strength or blood concentration of the descendants reached a certain level would they naturally be able to awaken. It was an innate divine ability passed down from the ancient true dragon. Even though Luo Qingyun's blood concentration was extremely low, Yunxiao was still shocked. After all, it was a divine power of the 10 Directions divine realm. Should he take this move or not? If he didn't take it, he could throw the divine realm tablet out and hide in it. Unless an ancient true dragon came back to life and used its innate divine ability, it was impossible to break it. However, in this case, the secret of the divine realm tablet would be peeked at by the other party. More importantly, there was no martial technique in this world that Gu Feiyong didn't dare to take. An ancient fighting will flowed in Yunxiao's blood. Naturally, after his rebirth, he had never felt such a surge of power. The true dragon divine power had awakened the monstrous martial essence that had been dormant in his blood. Frosthook Xueming seemed to be full of spiritual energy at this moment. He let out a soft cry of excitement. Yunxiao glanced at the sword in his hand and chuckled. "So you're also a bloodthirsty guy? But don't bite the steel plate this time." His face was calm and relaxed, as if he didn't care about Luo Qingyun's existence at all. Even the law enforcement officer in the distance was secretly shocked by his grandmaster-like temperament. The sea of fire around him contracted rapidly and was sucked towards his glabella. Spots of light appeared around his body like fireflies, appearing out of nowhere. Luo Qingyun's pupils contracted as he muttered to himself, "Starlight!" His heart suddenly trembled, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. Could it be that move? How could this be? Who the hell is he? The sword in Yunxiao's hand gave off a faint light as it absorbed the starlight and flame around it. The sword, which had been as bright as the moon, turned red. Gulp! Luo Qingyun's throat was dry and thirsty. He swallowed hard and his face turned ugly. It really is Ing Luo. He hurriedly focused his mind and didn't dare to be distracted. Activating this innate divine ability put a lot of pressure on him. If he wasn't careful, it was very likely that he would be drawn into it and turned into ashes. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly changed, as if it was separated by the two chi fields, forming an independent chi field space, the edge of which was actually void. Everyone in the sky had a grave expression on their faces. They could not blink their eyes in the slightest, afraid that they would miss even the tiniest detail. Fang De said in a deep voice, "It's actually a domain." Under the collision of the two chi fields, it actually formed a domain that could only be produced by a martial honor. This Tao Wu. Tu Lei swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, "This is absurd. Was that really a domain? Even if the two of them have reached the martial emperor realm, it's impossible for them to form a domain." Huang Xiaolong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said solemnly, "The domain of martial arts, when you enter it, you're like a venerable, and the heavens and earth are at your command, so you're called a martial venerable. The domains created by the two of them were definitely not from the 8 desolates. It should be that the martial skill they are about to use has far exceeded the realm they can bear, and it has formed its own domain." "You mean to say that their martial arts techniques actually have their own domains?" Tu Lei asked in shock. My God! What kind of martial skill is this? Everyone shivered, feeling sticky all over. They were so nervous that they were soaked in sweat. This kind of eye-opening battle might only happen once in a lifetime. What's going on? I can understand that there's a domain in that move, but he's only a martial lord. How did he block my dragon's might? Luo Qingyun's eyes flickered with confusion. In terms of martial techniques, his innate divine ability was by no means inferior to Yunxiao's move, but his cultivation base was completely superior to Yunxiao's. Even if he had a domain, it was impossible for him to withstand it. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he stared at Yunxiao's forehead. There was a mark of a fire cloud there, and it exuded a faint ancient sacred will that was not inferior to his dragon might. Motherfucker! This brat seemed to have endless trump cards that could never be used up. If we don't kill him now, he's going to collapse. Luo Qingyun couldn't hold it in any longer. Suddenly, he raised his head and roared. The golden light on his body bloomed like a flower bud. An overbearing qi spread out. Above the clear sky, a faint dragon shadow emerged. It opened its eyes slightly and looked down. The moment the dragon shadow appeared, Feng De and the others in the distance felt their hearts tremble. A fear that came from the depths of their souls made them feel a great pressure. They hurriedly circulated their true qi to resist it. Take this, my innate magical power for extremes dragon. Luo Qingyun flipped his hands, and the huge dragon shadow in the sky let out a dragon roar that resounded through the world. The true dragon's shadow whizzed down. At that moment, it was as if tens of millions of years had passed and it had pierced through countless spacetime. It was enough to shatter the entire world. Yunxiao's face turned pale in an instant, and the frost hook in his hand began to tremble and cry in sorrow. Calm down. Let's go. Yunxiao cried out softly, and the cry of a phoenix burst out of his body. At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to be melted by the flame, quickly compressed and collapsed, and then sucked into the sword. Not only that, all the Yuan Qi within 1,000 miles had been sucked dry by Shueming. A huge phoenix phantom lay dormant on the ground, facing the true dragon from a distance. So what if he's a true dragon? Yunxiao's shadow slowly raised its head in the shadow of the phoenix, and the temperament of his whole body was completely different. His eyes were like stars as he murmured to himself in a voice that seemed to remain unchanged for all eternity. Under my sword technique, I will split the 4 poles and break your dragon body. Even if there are billions of stars, I'll still cut them down with one sword. Sword/Starchin. Wugo Shuang let out a sharp cry. The shadow of the phoenix rose up with the sword momentum, turning into a shocking sword light and slashing at the dragon shadow. Wherever the sword passed, the space would twist and collapse, turning into the shadow of the sword and returning to nothingness. Boom! The two forces finally hit each other. For a moment, everyone on Chonghua Island was so shocked that they felt like the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. In the air, an aurora bloomed and quickly spread in all directions, swallowing the entire world. In the center of the aurora, a black hole began to appear and devour this extremely powerful force. It actually broke the void, and a huge black hole appeared on Chonghua Island. The barrier that Feng De and the other two had set up earlier was like an eggshell, shattering with a single touch and no longer existing. The law enforcement officers were the closest to the aurora, and they were all swallowed by the huge force. They desperately circulated their genuine qi to resist it. On a building by Bright Heart Lake, the 3 people who had been nervously watching the water screen suddenly looked out the window in shock. The waves on the Bright Heart Lake surged towards the shore, as if it was the prelude to the violent waves. What's going on? Huisen frowned and said, although Bright Heart Lake is adjacent to the South Sea, it has always been calm and the weather is stable. Why would he cause such a huge wave for no reason? At this moment, there were still many young disciples who had admitted defeat and were brought out of the arena. They all retreated. What? Xian Pai's face turned cold. He frowned and said, there seems to be a strong fluctuation of primordial qi in the waves. Is it man-made? What? Huisen was shocked. Could it be that someone was stirring up trouble on Bright Heart Lake? Is the target Chonghua Island? Chu Yu's face was gloomy as he muttered, "Don't you think that these waves are coming from Chonghua Island?" Huasen was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "Haha. Brother Chu Yu's imagination is really rich. The Chonghua Island is thousands of miles away from here. How powerful must the waves be to cause such a huge impact?" Xian Pai's expression also turned ugly. He looked into the distance and said, "This direction is hazy. It's really Chonghua Island." Both Huasan and Chu Yu's expressions turned cold, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Even a martial monarch powerhouse might not be able to withstand such a powerful impact. The three of them looked at each other and were shocked. They hurriedly returned to the building and looked at the water curtain. The nearly 1,000 crystals seemed to have some signs of change. After the powerful impact, the law enforcement officers above Chonghua Island finally felt that it was peaceful again. One by one, they opened their eyes and looked around. In the sky, a bleak scene appeared. Black cracks seemed to have appeared, and they flickered like electric arcs. The entire sky screen was like a piece of tattered cloth, with all sorts of energy flowing around it. The scene was so dilapidated that it left the experts from the three major sects dumbfounded. As for the island below, it was even more shocking that a piece of it had been blown off. The place where Yunxiao had been standing was now filled with seawater, and a big hole had been punched through the entire Chonghua Island, forming a ring-shaped island. This Tao Wu. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. Feng De was also covered in cold sweat. His divine sense quickly spread out and he said anxiously, "Where are the two of them? Where did Li Yunxiao go?" Tu Lei and Huang Xiaolong also began to search in a hurry. All of a sudden, a circular opening appeared in the sky. It gradually enlarged, and around the circular opening, there were yellow copper rings that were supporting it. The heavenly spirit ring. Tu Lei was shocked, and he was overjoyed. He looked over excitedly. As expected, an arm covered in scales reached out from the hole, and Luo Qingyun climbed out with difficulty. More than half of the scales on his body had been removed, and he looked like a half-human, half-demon, and his whole body was a bloody mess. After he climbed out with great difficulty, he fell from the sky and fell down. At this moment, it was no longer the ground, but the sea water within hundreds of miles. Tu Lei was shocked, and was about to rush up to save him. But suddenly, a figure flashed and blocked his way. It was Feng De, and he asked with a dark expression, "What? We're the people in charge of the law enforcement. Do you want to interfere with the behavior of these disciples?" Tu Lei was stunned for a moment. Then he became furious and shouted, "Feng De! The outcome has been decided, so why can't I save him?" Feng De's divine sense did not find Yunxiao, so he had determined that the latter had been buried in the sea. He was in an extremely bad mood, and anger immediately gushed out of his eyes as he sneered, "Even if the winner is decided, what right do you have to save him, unless he admits defeat? If that's the case, then he'll have to hand over all the Jingshi on him. You coward!" Tu Lei was furious, and his aura burst out. He said coldly, "Feng De, don't use the rules to pressure me. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Feng De also silently circulated his true energy without holding back. The two of them faced each other in the air, as if a battle was about to break out. Huang Xiaolong, who was at the side, frowned and said, "Tu Lei, what are you doing?" Feng De is right. We do not have the right to interfere with any of the island's matters, unless a disciple directly admitted defeat. This is a rule set by the three major sects. Are you going to violate it? He was from the Muxu Empire, and he was in a great mood when he saw Yunxiao dead. At this moment, Luo Qingyun was falling into the sea. His life and death were unknown, so he was even more happy. He stood firmly on Feng De's side and couldn't wait for Luo Qingyun to die. Therefore, he took a light step in the air and stood beside Feng De, indicating his position. "You coward!" Tu Lei was exasperated. Not to mention that he could not fight against two people alone. Huang Xiaolong was right. He didn't have the right to save anyone. However, he was unwilling to see Luo Qingyun fall into the sea. Just as the three of them were in a stalemate, the heavenly spirit ring that had opened up a circular hole in the sky suddenly disappeared. The entire sky was instantly sealed up, giving off a dull sound. In the next moment, the heavenly spirit ring became huge and appeared on the sea surface, emitting a soft light. Luo Qingyun's body fell directly into the light, but he did not fall into the sea. This Bian, Fang De and Huang Xiaolong were dumbfounded. They had suffered such heavy injuries that they could barely detect the breath of life, but they still had the strength to control the profound level weapon, the Kasaya. Tu Lei suddenly burst out laughing. At this time, Luo Qingyun's body on the heavenly spirit ring was slowly moving, as if he was struggling to get up. Fang De gritted his teeth and said, "He didn't die from such a powerful impact. Is this an immortal body? Ha ha ha." Tu Lei laughed heartily, in a good mood, and said, "I don't know what level of profound level weapon his heavenly spirit ring is, but it can actually open the void directly and hide inside. This brat must have dodged into the void the moment the two moves collided to survive the disaster. As for Li Yunxiao, haha, that land must have been turned into ashes." He laughed. If such a talented young man was allowed to grow in Firecrow Empire, he would be a great threat to the other two countries. Now that it had turned into ashes, he finally had one less thing to worry about. Although Huang Xiaolong was relieved, he was still upset. Like Fang De, who had a gloomy expression, he stared coldly at Luo Qingyun below, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Everyone's divine sense had swept across the entire Qianghua Island several times, but they could not sense Yunxiao's existence. When he thought of the power of the blow just now and Yunxiao's cultivation base of only a martial lord, he was sure that Yunxiao had been turned into ashes. Luo Qingyun's condition was extremely bad at the moment. Most of the scales on his body had fallen off, and it was a terrible sight. His demonized state was also gradually being dispelled, and he returned to the handsome appearance of a young man. But his flesh and blood were a mess, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Thinking back to the moment when he was on the verge of death, even someone as powerful as him could not help but shiver. If the heavenly spirit ring had not broken through the void and escaped in an instant, he would have disappeared from the world like Yunxiao. He gasped for air as he watched the land turn into an ocean. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. The sun's rays shone on the surface of the ocean, giving him a sense of warmth and comfort after a disaster. What? His brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the reflection of the sun on the surface of the sea, which had turned slightly red. What's going on? How can the sun turn red? Luo Qingyun raised his head in confusion, and his whole body suddenly trembled. The sun in the sky was still shining with golden light, completely different from the reflection on the sea. Swish! Luo Qingyun was shocked. He suddenly became vigilant and looked at the sea again. He suddenly found that the original reflection had turned into a blood-red circle. In the middle of the circle, a person's pupil slowly opened, emitting a demonic light. Not good. It's a spiritual attack. He instantly felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, and his brain buzzed, and he lost consciousness. It was only for a short moment, but in the next moment, he found himself in a wonderful world, surrounded by endless void. In front of him, a tall figure slowly raised his fist. Ao Changkong. When Luo Qingyun saw the appearance of the tall figure, his heart trembled and he could no longer control himself. Turned out to be Ao Changkong. That punch was the great illusion fist again. How could this be? Wasn't he already dead? At this moment he felt a chill all over his body. He had been pulled into Yunxiao's mental prison again. Now that he was seriously injured, how could he have any strength to escape? He watched as the punch came. Although it was extremely fast, he seemed to have experienced countless years of torture. Fear and despair filled his heart, and he was better off dead. Luo Qingyun's mind collapsed under the powerful impact of the negative emotions. He knelt down and shouted with fear, "Stop! Stop! I admit defeat! I admit defeat!" Unfortunately, they were in a spiritual space. Even if he shouted his surrender, no one would hear him except Yunxiao. Just as Ao Changkong's fist shadow was about to hit him, it suddenly stopped. His entire figure began to collapse and gradually dissipate. The void of the endless black hole also became distorted, and in an instant he returned to Chonghua Island. Luo Qingyun kneeled on the heavenly spirit bracelet, sweating profusely. His face was full of fear, and his whole body was trembling in fear. The blood-red pupils that were emitting a demonic aura turned back into a pair of eyes that were as clear as stars. It was as if they had been there since ancient times, like the stars in the sky. Voila, the surface of the water suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out of the water like a swordfish. Under the scorching sun, it slowly glowed. The figure was slender and stood alone. The sea water rustled down, and his face was slightly pale as he stood in the air. What? In the sky? The eyes of all the law enforcement officers instantly shattered. Their mouths grew bigger and bigger, and they were completely dumbstruck and petrified. He didn't die? Swish! Yunxiao took a few steps in the air and landed on his heavenly spirit ring. He was also in a sorry state, but after being washed by the seawater, he looked much more refreshed. At least there was not a trace of blood on his body. However, his skin was frighteningly pale, almost transparent, and he was also panting. Luo Qingyun's face was bitter as he said, "How can you still be alive? Even my soaring dragon celestial body couldn't withstand that kind of power, and I only managed to survive by hiding in the void. Even the earth was shattered, and you're actually fine." Yunxiao panted for a while as he stared at Luo Qingyun. Suddenly, he chuckled, as if all the life and death battles had never happened, and they were all wiped away at that moment. "Do you really think that the sky and earth would collapse and the earth would shatter under that strike?" he asked indifferently. "Isn't it?" Luo Qingyun was confused as he looked at the sea around him. "Of course." Yunxiao smiled and said, "That's because I had already thought of a way out the moment I made my move. I directly used the Divine Realm tablet to pierce through the earth. When the two forces attacked me, I had already dived into the sea. It's precisely because I've dug a hole in the ground earlier that the surface of the sea has split apart." A look of fear flashed across his face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "But that move was really dangerous. Even though I escaped into the sea, I was still swept in and was seriously injured. Otherwise, I would have just cut through the void and trapped you in the heavenly spirit ring. I wouldn't have to use my spiritual attack." He covered his right eye with his hand. It was obvious that his eye was under a great burden and was in pain. Luo Qingyun was dumbfounded. The moment he made his move, he had already thought of an escape route. He actually shook through the ground and dove into the sea. This Xianxia, how could such quick-witted combat experience appear on a 15-year-old teenager if he wasn't strong enough to be well-tempered? But no matter what, he was sincerely convinced by this battle. "These are all my crystals. Take them." Luo Qingyun dejectedly threw out a storage bag. After taking it, Yunxiao stared at Luo Qingyun and said, "Don't forget, I said I'm going to squeeze your dragon blood." His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. He pointed his index finger and instantly pierced through Luo Qingyun's shoulder blade. A large amount of blood burst out. He spread his fingers and controlled the blood in the air, gradually forming a ball. Luo Qingyun's face was filled with anger. Ancient true dragons were the most arrogant creatures. He had the bloodline of a dragon in his body, but at this moment, his blood was being drawn out by someone. It was simply a great humiliation, but he could not resist at all. Yunxiao's powerful aura had suppressed him, and he could only let it be. Yeah. Luo Qingyun gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with great hatred as he stared at Yunxiao like a beast. What he did not understand was how Yunxiao could still exude such a powerful pressure to suppress him. Could it be that he still had a trump card? As soon as he thought of this, he shivered and felt a chill in his heart. In fact, Yunxiao was also an arrow at the end of its flight. His supreme tyrant body was almost the same as Luo Qingyun's soaring dragon dharma body. However, when his mighty tyrant body was severely injured, it absorbed most of the power of the attack directly and turned it into physical power to nourish his meridians and body. Under such circumstances, he was much stronger than Luo Qingyun. This was also the biggest secret of the tyrant body tempering technique. In the past, He had never understood why Ao Changkong's inextinguishable golden body was so powerful. It was only after he started cultivating that he realized that this heaven-defying cultivation technique could actually absorb part of the damage directly. This was heaven-defying. Soon, a blood ball the size of a watermelon condensed in the air, and Luo Qingyun's face became almost transparent. He was already heavily injured, and after having so much of his blood drawn out, as well as the humiliation, he could no longer take it and fainted. "And it's almost time. If you continue, I'm afraid you'll die immediately. That's such a pity." With a wave of his hand, Yun Xiao put the watermelon-sized blood ball into a purple vessel. Looking at Luo Qingyun, who had fainted on the ground, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "If I draw it out directly, there won't be any dragon blood left. It's good to leave a living blood bank and come back when you need it." If Luo Qingyun had heard this, he would have jumped up and spat out all the blood in his body. "You're very powerful. You should be one of the best among the younger generation on the entire heavenly martial continent. If he hadn't met me, it would have been difficult to find a worthy opponent among the younger generation. You are qualified to enter Mount Meru." Yun Xiao flicked his finger, and a crystal fell directly on Luo Qingyun's body. Then he stepped on the sea and flew away. "Is he dead?" High up in the sky, all the law enforcement officers stared at the two men in a daze. They could not adapt to the shocking turn of events at once. It was not until Yun Xiao ran away that they looked at Luo Qingyun on the heavenly spirit ring, their minds filled with question marks. Tu Lei's face was dark, and he was so angry that his chest was about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not dead yet. If it's dead, the heavenly spirit bracelet will lose its connection with its master and return to its normal state. Can I go down and save her now?" Huang Xiaolong's face turned even uglier. The worst result had appeared, and neither of them had died. This was what he didn't want to see the most. He said indifferently, "According to the rules, of course not. Brother 2, don't forget the rights and responsibilities of a law enforcement officer, unless Luo Qingyun admits defeat." "All right, then I'll admit defeat on his behalf." Tu Lei was trembling with anger. He flew down and landed in the heavenly spirit ring. He took out a red pill the size of a longan and put it in Luo Qingyun's mouth. The people in the sky all watched silently. In fact, there was no rule in the rules that allowed one to admit defeat on behalf of someone else. But Luo Qingyun wouldn't die, so there was no need to offend the crazy Tu Lei. The crystal lying on his side was thrown far away by Tu Lei with a light touch. According to the rules, after admitting defeat, all the Jingshi would return to the island. Even if his crystal stones were reduced to 0, with the strength that Luo Qingyun had displayed today, the Tianxiang Empire would definitely squeeze out a place for him. Even if a disciple with such strength was not a native of the Tianxiang Empire, he would still try his best to establish a good relationship with him. Given time, he would definitely be an unrivaled expert. In a building by the shore of Brightheart Lake, the three of them looked at the water screen nervously, unable to suppress their inner emotions. The two of them have separated. Another piece of crystal for the loser. Who won? Who on earth is this person who has nearly 1,000 crystals? Horson smiled awkwardly and said, "Congratulations to the two of you. I wonder who will be the winner of this 1,000 crystals." His tone was filled with jealousy, but he was helpless. Chu Yu's face was extremely ugly, so dark that it was almost dripping water. He was almost certain that Luo Qingyun would not win, because the task he had given Luo Qingyun was to kill Yun Xiao. Now that there was a crystal left in the same place, the only possibility was that Yun Xiao had won. Xian Pai glanced at Chu Yu's expression, and his hands were also sweating. He felt a little more confident in his heart. At this moment, the number of crystals on the water screen was still increasing, and soon, there would be more than 1,000. The Chonghua Island was now surrounded by a ring, and the formation that prevented the spiritual sense from entering the island also disappeared. The whole island suddenly became chaotic, and people from all sides began to fight for it crazily, and disciples began to die one after another. The law enforcement officers of the three major sects were all flustered and could not deal with the situation. Yun Xiao began to search unscrupulously. Finally, when he was exhausted, he gave up and found a place to rest. Now that he was sitting with thousands of crystals, all the disciples on the island were envious, jealous, and hateful, but no one dared to have any ideas. They all stayed far away, and it was already lucky that they didn't see him. The third day is about to end, so why haven't the remaining crystals jolted into the sky? Many disciples were anxiously waiting for that moment. High up in the sky, all the people in charge of law enforcement were silent. What should we do? The formations have all been destroyed, and the crystals hidden on the island can't be found. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and said, I suggest we drop it. Let's see how many more crystals have yet to appear. It was impossible to repair the formation now. The accident this time was too big. You can't blame us. One of them opened the water screen and counted carefully, then replied, Sir, there are still 132 crystals hidden on the island. They haven't appeared yet. 132 pieces of Xianxia. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself, Forget it, let's end it here. What do the two of you think? He was a little disheartened, especially when he thought that even if the array was repaired, most of the crystals would probably be taken by Yun Xiao. So he might as well just forget about it. Tu Lei's face was also extremely ugly. He snorted, As long as the two of you have no objections, I naturally have no objections as well. Feng De also thought of the possibility of this result and was unwilling, but without the help of the other two, he wouldn't be able to repair the array in a short time. Moreover, the harvest this time was too big, so he couldn't be too greedy, so he agreed. In that case, we'll activate the teleportation array formation in 4 hours and teleport all the disciples out. The island's formation has been destroyed, and the remaining crystals can't be revealed. The restrictive spell will be activated in 4 hours, and everyone will be teleported out. Powerful voice rang out in the sky. Through the sound transmission formation formed by several enforcers, it rumbled through the entire island, reaching everyone's ears. What? The formation was broken? Fuck your sister. A bunch of idiots. Why didn't you tell me that it's broken? We're done for. I haven't found a piece yet. Senior brother, what should we do? You promised junior sister that you would help me get a piece. Ah, Zhenzhen, this Zhenzhen junior sister can rest assured. Come to senior brother's room tonight. I'm sure I'll give you a surprise. A large number of disciples who didn't get any Jingshi were all red-eyed with anxiety and began to curse. One after another, they took out their trump cards and poured all kinds of pills into their mouths without any hesitation, beginning to make their final struggle. For a time, the smell of blood spread across the island. All kinds of fighting continued, and some even cut down whoever they saw. There were also many people who were secretly happy. They restrained their divine senses and found a place to hide, waiting for the moment to be teleported out. As long as they returned to the Brightheart Lake, they would be safe. The people in charge of law enforcement were so busy that the number of casualties in 4 hours was more than in 3 days. Yun Xiao had been sitting cross-legged in an open space, not making any more movements. These crystal stones were enough for him to make a fortune. After this battle, his body had suffered great damage, but the tyrant body tempering technique had helped him to recover almost all of it. Furthermore, his cultivation was also trying to break through to a higher realm. What is this? A teleportation barrier. Just as his cultivation base was about to break through the barrier, a light curtain fell from the sky and covered the entire Xianxia island. All the disciples raised their heads one after another. There were all kinds of expressions on their faces: ecstatic, dejected, dazed, and even with a lot of light covering their bodies, they still didn't stop fighting. The next moment, the originally empty bank of the Brightheart Lake suddenly became crowded. The calm lakeside was suddenly filled with killing intent, and all kinds of violent chi spread out. All of them had not been killed just a moment ago, and were still looking for opponents with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, a faint light was released from the crowd. Yun Xiao's face was calm. After the battle on Xianxia Island, he had broken through to the 6 stars martial lord realm. This realm could only be considered all right among the 10,000 disciples. But no one dared to think that it was only all right. Some of the disciples around him, in particular, only realized at this moment that this man was standing next to them, and they were so frightened that they quickly stepped back. With a swoosh, an empty space of 50 to 60 meters in radius appeared, in which Xianxia was sitting all alone. "Everyone, stop!" A dignified voice came from the building. The pressure of a martial emperor pressed down directly, locking all the disciples who were still fighting, and all of them became quiet. It was only then that Xianxia and the other two came out of the building. When they saw Xianxia standing alone in the crowd, they immediately understood what was going on. Chu Yu's face was so dark that it was about to drip water. Not only had he lost thousands of crystals, but he had also failed to fulfill his promise to the Zhou family. The item that was extremely important to him had also gone to waste. Xianxia, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He couldn't help but feel excited, and his hands were shaking. Huasun sighed slightly. He had long known that these thousands of crystals had no fate with his Musu empire, but after seeing them, he was still very disappointed. He said in a deep voice, "The competition is over. No more killing is allowed. All the disciples of the various sects will return in batches and wait for the day when Mount Meru opens. Then, they will enter with their crystals." At this moment, there was a ripple in the sky, and 3 people flew over from afar. They were Fang De, Tu Lei, and Huang Xiaolong. The rest of the law enforcement officers went back to the sect to report. The 3 of them greeted Xianxia and the others, and Fang De said, "I've just received news from my Jutian sect. The opening time and location of Mount Meru have already been calculated by the experts of the 3 major sects." "You've already calculated it?" Everyone was nervous, especially the disciples who had received the Jingshi. They perked up their ears to listen. Xianxia and the other 2 also focused their attention. Fang De glanced at the crowd, and when he looked at Xianxia, he smiled slightly and said in a clear voice, "Mount Meru will open in 5 days, at the border between the Firecrow Empire and Tianshui. There's a city there, and according to the joint calculations of the experts of the 3 sects, the entrance to Mount Meru should be 1,000 meters above Yanwu." Yanwu? Everyone's pupils shrank as they looked at the lonely figure in the empty space. Xianxia was also surprised. He did not expect to win the lottery. "Everyone, please leave," Fang De said. "You can enter Yanwu with crystals in 5 days." The crowd clamored and was about to leave. "Wait!" Xianxia suddenly shouted. "Wait!" Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at him in surprise. They were all very curious. 3 days later, Yanwu will hold an auction of quota crystals, Xianxia said with a faint smile. Anyone from Firecrow Empire is allowed to participate. At the same time, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they had to limit the number of people. All participants of the auction had to pay an entrance fee of 1 million mid-grade primordial stones. If you can't even afford this, then don't come, or you'll lose face. What? Except for Xianxia, who had known about it for a long time, everyone was shocked and clamored in disbelief. Selling spots? He said he wanted to sell those quota crystals? Was it true? Did I hear you right? Haha. That's great. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have risked my life on the island for 3 days. What an idiot. He's actually selling such a precious quota? Shush. Lower your voice. Do you want to die? They have so many spots that they can't use up, so it's normal to sell some. Fuck. Why is it that only those from Firecrow Empire are allowed to buy? This is so unfair. The thing is someone else's. Do you need to tell me how to sell it? You don't have to worry about it, even if it's used to make the toilet. That's right. Besides, are you a dead wooden brain? Can't you just buy it from someone in Firecrow Empire? Fang De was also taken aback. He did not expect Xianxia to auction the quota, and he looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and gave him a helpless and bitter smile. Although Xianxia knew that he would auction the shocking stone, he was still very shocked when he actually said he wanted to sell it. Moreover, the entrance fee was 1 million medial-grade primordial stones. When the time came, various forces would surely infiltrate the auction house. If they set up an auction house with thousands of people, it would be worth billions of primordial stones. He was instantly shocked by the number he had estimated. Even if he sold all the quota crystals, he probably wouldn't be able to get this amount. This kid is really ruthless. Yunxiao chuckled. I welcome you in advance. Yenwu welcomes you, he said. The smile on his face was radiant, and his white teeth were cool. If someone knew what he was thinking right now, they would probably rush up and hack him to death. At the moment, Yunxiao was thinking about how to put Yenwu under martial law and increase all the rent and entry and exit fees by 10,000 times. At that time, if the elite disciples of the entire southern region wanted to enter Mount Meru, each of them would have to pay a passage fee of at least tens of thousands of primeval stones. In this way, the primordial stones he collected would probably be enough to completely open a large territory of the Divine Realm Tablet. Next, the disciples of various countries returned to their countries under the escort of various major sects. Yunxiao directly refused Xianpai and Fengde's request to escort him back, and insisted on returning to Yenwu alone. He still had to rush to set up the auction and collect the fees. Both Xianpai and Fengde were worried about the crystals he had, so they secretly followed him. To their surprise, they lost Yunxiao after hundreds of miles. How is that possible? He has been under my divine senses lock the entire time, but he just disappeared into thin air. With a shocked look on his face, Fengde rose into the air in disbelief and spread out his divine sense infinitely. But he still could not find any trace of Yunxiao. Xianpai forced a smile. This kid is so mysterious. I thought everything was under my control. Later on, I realized that I can't see through him at all. Fengde frowned and said with a serious face, Li Yunxiao has extraordinary talent, let alone in the southern region. Even in the entire heavenly martial continent, it was an existence with an angular appearance. However, he was too flamboyant and didn't know how to restrain himself. I killed him before he could achieve anything. Xianpai said, Since ancient times, which peerless figure hasn't been this arrogant? I don't think this child will die young. I hope so, Fengde said. No matter who this man is, he is at least a man of Firecrow Empire. If we befriend him now, it will only benefit us. Soon, the city of Yenwu would be in turmoil, and all kinds of security matters would be left to Lord Xian. At that time, the three sects would invite formation masters to set up a grand array in Yenwu to suppress everyone's cultivation base and prevent them from causing trouble in the city. I will return to Jutian's sect immediately and report everything to Sect Master Chiefing. After the two of them said their goodbyes, they turned into two rays of light and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after the two left, Yunxiao's figure slowly emerged on the ground. He looked up at them with a faint smile, then headed toward Yenwu. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain ahead. Although he was just standing there indifferently without any fluctuations in his expression, it was as if he had divided the entire earth into two halves, and no one could cross over. It was as if wherever he stood was his world. Yunxiao was taken aback, and he stopped abruptly as he said in horror, Domain! Revered martial artist. The middle-aged man slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing a surprised look. He smiled and said, It's indeed extraordinary to know about the martial honor domain. Since the disciple was useless, he could only ask the master to do it. I'm here to take back my sword. My name is Lung Xinghua, Cold Star Wave, the mountain lord of the Severed Love Mountain. Yunxiao's face turned serious. It was not because of his reputation, but because Lung Xinghua seemed to have appeared out of thin air. But in fact, he had been standing there without using any hiding technique. However, even with his powerful divine sense, he had only just discovered it. Even Xianpai and Fengde could sense it. Only a martial honor of the Eight Desolations realm could do this. In the universe, I'm the only supreme. Lung Xinghua's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He looked at Yunxiao indifferently and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm just here to get my frost hook swimming. After all, this sword represents our emotion-severing sect, so how can it easily fall into the hands of others? Yunxiao could sense no killing intent from the aura he exuded. As one of the three magnates of Firecrow Empire, he naturally had his own outstanding qualities. so he could not lower his face to attack a junior like him. He immediately smiled. I won that sword. If you want it, you can buy it back. Lung Xinghua started to admire this junior. After hearing his name and knowing that he was a martial honor, he could still talk and laugh like this. He laughed in admiration. You mean, I have to win it back? Yunxiao's smile froze. He laughed awkwardly and said, Forget it. Forget it. Since Sect Head Lung is personally making a move, I still have to give this face. He flicked his finger and a sword light shot out. Lung Xinghua reached out his hand and grabbed the sword radiance. He praised, It's a pity that your physique isn't suitable for cultivating my sex technique. Otherwise, I would really want to take you in as my disciple. I'll also betroth my daughter Hong Ling to you. Yun Xiao was taken aback. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, I killed Zhou Yushan, and your daughter is a widow now, right? I don't want her. Hee. How dare you? The more Lung Xinghua thought about it, the more he felt that Yun Xiao was audacious. How dare he talk about Hong Ling like that in front of him? However, there was no blame in his tone. Instead, it was more of admiration. He opened his right hand and looked at the sword light. Suddenly, he frowned and his face sank. What's going on? Lung Xinghua's aura became slightly cold. He shook his hand and the sword light instantly turned into a long sword in his hand. It was Wu Goshuang, but it didn't have any light. It was like a piece of dead iron and didn't have any spirituality. This sword had been with him for nearly 100 years. It was almost like a close friend to him. If it weren't for the fact that Zhou Yushan's fickleness allowed him to cultivate the unruffled heavenly book to the great completion, he would never have given the sword to him. Now that he was holding it in his hand, it gave him an extremely strange feeling, as if it was dead. Lung Xinghua's heart ached. Even when he heard that Zhou Yushan, the best successor, had been killed, he didn't feel so emotional. An extremely strong killing intent spread out in the air, locking Yun Xiao in place. Facing the murderous aura, Yun Xiao did not show the slightest intention of retreating. Sect Master Lang, the heavenly book of oblivion emphasizes on the supreme oblivion. You've fallen in love. Lung Xinghua was slightly shocked, but he gradually calmed down. However, the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. He said coldly, If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, no one can save you. Yun Xiao smiled and said, Sect Head Lung, try to sense the emotions on this sword. Although the sword spirit died, he died with no regrets. Die without regrets? Lung Xinghua was stunned. He slowly scanned the sword with his divine sense. The sword gave him a sense of desolation. Although this sword intent was sad, it was full of carefreeness and implications. It conveyed to him the aura of the eternal seal. The sword intent actually had a spirit, but it was gradually moving away. Then the sword turned gray. He has found his best home, Yun Xiao said solemnly. Although the sword is heartless, the spirit has feelings. Lung Xinghua was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Sect Master Lung, Yun Xiao sighed with a smile. Is the supreme great oblivion really going to forget love? A misty look appeared in Lung Xinghua's eyes. He couldn't speak for a long time. The killing intent in the surroundings suddenly disappeared. The place where he stood suddenly felt like the sun was shining brightly, like flowers blooming in spring. Yun Xiao's eyes twitched slightly as he said in delight, Congratulations to Sect Leader Lung for your breakthrough. Lung Xinghua let out a long sigh. He could not believe the changes in his meridians. He did not expect that he would be able to break through the bottleneck so easily. He looked at the dead Xueming and sighed, Old friend, I've received the message you wanted to send me. He raised his hand and raised his sword. Suddenly, a crack appeared at the foot of the mountain. It was as if the earth had cracked, and a deep abyss appeared. It's an eternal seal. Lung Xinghua closed his eyes slightly and threw the frost hook into it. Then, he gently waved his fist and the mountain behind him collapsed. Countless gravel rolled down and fell into the abyss, filling the entire gully. The entire mountain peak had become the tombstone of Wu Goshuang. After a moment of silence, he regained the indifference of being alone in the world and smiled at Yun Xiao. Thank you. As a reward, I've decided to betroth my daughter Hong Ling to you. Ingluo, this reward is too scary. You just need to make way and let me pass. Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he said, I will hold an auction in 3 days. If you want to find a good son-in-law, you can also bring your daughter to the auction. Haha, you're indeed gutsy. Lung Xinghua laughed out loud. He didn't make any moves. He just took a light step and was already thousands of miles away. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lung Xinghua had a good demeanor, or this tribulation would be a little troublesome. The sword spirit of Frosthook and Shueming had been destroyed by that shocking attack. At this moment, it was only equivalent to a 6th grade material and could no longer be called a profound artifact. It's a little troublesome. Now, I don't have any weapons that I can take out except for the Divine Realm tablet. Yunxiao thought about it carefully, but with his strength, he could only refine a peak 5th tier mystic artifact at most. He did not take this kind of thing seriously at all, so he did not bother to refine it. With a sigh, he threw out a blue wolf chariot and flew toward Yanwu. The competition for the spots of Chonghua Island had shocked the world. Yunxiao had become the most popular topic of discussion. All kinds of news spread like wildfire, and the entire southern region was in an uproar. I heard that Li Yunxiao is actually more than 50 years old. He's an old monster who has cultivated for 500 years, and he cheated in the competition. Otherwise, how could they have each taken half of the crystals? Humph. Look at your stupid face. 500 years old? Would they be able to escape the inspection of the 3 great sects? Let me tell you that Li Yunxiao has the bloodline of dragon and phoenix. During the battle on the island, he transformed his upper body into a true dragon and his lower body into a fire phoenix. And that's why he was invincible. You guys know nothing. Half dragon and half phoenix, was that even human? My cousin's brother-in-law's third aunt's neighbor's daughter's father-in-law's eldest cousin is also taking part in the competition. He told me himself that Li Yunxiao cultivated the sunflower manual, cut off his penis, and is very good at flying needles. TSK. TSK. No one can match him. Fuck. After cutting off one's dick, one would be better off dead. What was the point of cultivating to the rank of Marshal Supreme? My information is the most accurate. Yunxiao is actually not a human being, but the offspring of an 8th-tier demon beast Emperor Goldenflower Ho, and an 8th-tier demon beast White Phoenix Spirit Pegasus. In a tea house in Xiangyang City, it was packed to the brim. Everyone was listening to the storyteller with great interest. By the way, Yunxiao killed thousands of disciples from various sects with a flying needle, which finally aroused public anger. They surrounded him on Chonghua Island, and we all joined hands to take him down. Just when a few thousand people were surrounding him, do you know what happened? What's happening? Hurry up and tell us. Everyone's waiting to hear it. Don't tease us. Hee hee. The storyteller smiled and leisurely sipped his tea before he continued. At this moment, Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "Explode, little universe!" Suddenly, his body glowed with a golden light, and his hair turned golden. Do you know what this means? This was Super Saiyan 3. Not only that, but there was also a Rui bag on his belly, from which he could take out treasures at will. He took out a bamboo dragonfly, put it on his head, and then flew into the air. This time, the thousands of disciples were all dumbfounded. You know, only martial grandmasters can fly in the air. Now that Li Yunxiao has shown his bamboo dragonfly skill, those disciples can only sigh in regret. These disciples from the various large sects were all young, and none of them had reached the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. They couldn't fly, so how could they fight? Therefore, Yunxiao was already in an invincible position. The bamboo dragonfly won't be able to get away without its contribution. One of the customers called out in disbelief. Is the bamboo dragonfly really that magical? It can fly on my head. Good question. The storyteller slammed the table and made a gesture. Everyone, please take a look. A small and cute girl pushed a table over. There were all kinds of bamboo dragonflies on it, big and small and colorful. Look, everyone. This is a replica of the bamboo dragonfly that Yunxiao used that day. Although it can't fly, it's made in a 1-to-1 ratio. We've specially found all the best craftsmen in Xiangyang City and rushed to make it overnight, just to satisfy everyone's desire to collect it. 40 silver coins for 1, 100 silver coins for 3, buy 5 and get 1 free. Come and take a look. Even if you don't want to buy it, you can still take a look. Tisk! The crowd let out disdainful sounds one after another, and the entire tea house's liveliness was instantly reduced by more than half. Hey, don't go, don't go! The storyteller hurriedly shouted, but the crowd had already dispersed. There were only a few customers left. They thought it was fun and wanted to buy a few for their children, but they were too expensive. They couldn't be bothered and began to talk among themselves. But things were still related to Yunxiao, the auction that would be held in a few days, and the opening of Mount Meru. It's hard to do business when people's hearts are not what they used to be. After listening to the old man's story all morning, he's not even willing to pay this little silver. The storyteller shook his head and sighed. He packed up his stall and was about to leave. Old man, come here. I want to buy a bamboo dragonfly. At a table by the window in the tea house, a middle-aged man sipped his tea and put down his cup. However, he was looking out of the window as if he was unconcerned. The storyteller was taken aback. He hurriedly waved his hand with a smile and said, Chui Hua, hurry up and push the stall over. Let this old man choose one. Red, blue, green, big, small. Not big, not small. Everything is available. The little girl pushed the cart and walked over. She smiled sweetly and said, Sir, which one do you want? The middle-aged man turned around and glanced at the bamboo dragonfly in the car. He grabbed the little girl and pulled her over. He put his arms around her and teased, I want this one. The little girl panicked and hurriedly pushed him away, but the other party's strength was too strong. She couldn't do anything and cried anxiously, Let go, my lord. Spare me, my lord. When the storyteller saw this, he was so scared that he quickly went forward and begged for mercy. My lord, what are you doing? Please let go of my daughter. When the people around them saw that someone was acting like a hooligan, they immediately stood up and shouted, How dare you be so lecherous in broad daylight? My daughter! The middle-aged man let out a faint smile. He didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. Instead, he looked at the old man and snorted. This little girl is only 28 years old. You old man are at least 300 years old and you're still a little girl? Who did you have it with? The storyteller's expression changed drastically, and a hint of shock flashed through his eyes. The little girl's eyes were also filled with shock. She hurriedly twitched her body and a purple light shot out from her hand, trying to break free. The middle-aged man casually pointed and the purple light disappeared. The little girl was still in his hand, but she looked a little panicked. The storyteller was shocked and stepped forward with a gloomy face. He grabbed a bamboo dragonfly from the carriage and shot it out. It turned into several slashes and shot toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man laughed contemptuously. He raised his hand and a white light flashed. The bamboo dragonflies all disappeared, and the sky became clear. Flying cloud hand. The storyteller's expression changed drastically. He took a step back in horror and said in shock, You Yuring Luo? At this time, the surrounding brave guests were all dumbfounded. They immediately realized that these people in front of them were not ordinary people. They were so scared that they scattered, and the entire tea house was gone. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, The Mando Chamber of Commerce is quite a reputable existence. One of you is a storyteller, and the other is a bamboo dragonfly seller. TSK, 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 TSK. The middle-aged man sized up the little girl without restraint, and he smiled. This must be the most powerful young woman in your Mando Chamber of Commerce, Shui Luoyen, right? The little girl's face turned slightly pale. This middle-aged man's strength was unfathomable, and he actually recognized her at a glance. She looked at the storyteller for help. The storyteller's throat was a little dry, and he said with difficulty, Is this the Lord of the Myriad Treasures Store's Chamber of Commerce? The middle-aged man smiled and said, That's right. I'm Wei Hongfu from Myriad Treasures Store. The two of you are here in disguise for Mount Meru, right? This girl is not bad. If she can enter Mount Meru and gain some experience, it will be easy for the Mando Chamber of Commerce to become a member of the board of directors in this year's 2 meetings of the business union. The storyteller was shocked and hurriedly cupped his hands in obeisance. So it's one of the 3 lords of the Myriad Treasures store that controls the southern region. I am He Feng of the Mando Merchant Association, and this is Shui Luoyan. I am guilty for not recognizing your presence. Wei Hongfu's face was full of smiles as he let go of Shui Luoyan's hand and said, "What do you mean by 3 lords in charge of the southern mountain range? Lord Xie Yuhang is the one in charge of the southern mountain range. I'm just his emissary. I didn't expect people from the 3 merchant alliances to be gathered in such a remote place in the southern region," he said. "This is interesting." Shui Luoyan quickly retracted her hand and immediately hid behind He Feng, vigilantly watching Wei Hongfu. "Someone from the 3 merchant alliances?" He Feng asked, stunned. "Who else is there?" At this moment, 2 figures walked in from outside. After sweeping their gazes across the room, they were slightly stunned and walked toward Wei Hongfu. "Miss Ding-Ling-Er?" He Feng's eyes narrowed and he said in surprise. That woman was Ding-Ling-Er. She was wearing a light green dress. She looked at Shui Luoyan behind He Feng in shock. Her face turned cold and her eyes were filled with hostility. A proud expression flashed across Shui Luoyan's face as she pouted her lips in a provocative manner. He Feng glanced at Shui Luoyan's appearance and laughed. "I didn't expect that Miss Ding-Ling-Er would come to this remote southern region. Could it be that the power of Tianyuan Trading Company has already permeated the entire southern region?" He pretended to be shocked, but in fact he was joking. In the eyes of all the warriors on the heavenly martial continent, the southern region was a disdainful existence. Even the powerful 7 merchant alliances did not want to enter this market. The Myriad Treasure Tower was also just symbolically opening a branch and did not expect to be able to have any gains. Everyone knew that Tianyuan Trading Company was at the bottom of the 7 major trading companies. When a man is down, everyone kicks him. Generally, he wouldn't show a good face when he saw the people of Tianyuan Trading Company. Otherwise, as the daughter of Tianyuan Trading Company's president, Ding-Ling-Er's status was higher than He Feng and Wei Hongfu's, so how could she allow them to tease her? Ding-Ling-Er's face was also dark, but the decline of Tianyuan Trading Company was a reality. The man beside him also felt the subtle atmosphere. He suddenly pointed at He Feng and shouted, "Who is this guy? I don't like him. Can I give him a few slaps?" The few of them were shocked, and their faces instantly sank. "Miss Ding, your servant is too lacking in discipline," He Feng shouted in a deep voice. "Let this old woman discipline him for you." Ding-Ling-Er laughed and looked at the man gratefully. "City Lord, this man is He Feng from the Mando Chamber of Commerce. This beautiful young lady was called Shui Luoyan, and she was the most powerful person among the younger generation of the Mando Chamber of Commerce. This is Lord Wei Hongfu of the Myriad Treasure Store. Lord Wei is the financial emissary in charge of the southern mountain range." "What? You're Li Yunxiao?" He Feng and Wei Hongfu were both shocked. Shui Luoyan was also startled. Her eyes flickered as she carefully sized up this young man. Yunxiao looked at Wei Hongfu with a surprised expression and cried out, "So it's Lord Wei. Why was he sent to this godforsaken southern mountain range?" From what this person said, it seems that those who come to the southern mountain range are all dirt and scums that can't be put on stage. This buy-in. A look of embarrassment and anger flashed across Wei Hongfu's face. He turned and glared at He Feng. He Feng looked down on Ding-Ling-Er in the southern mountain range, so he naturally looked down on him as well. He Feng was so shocked that he was drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "This Xinjian, Lord Wei, don't listen to his nonsense. This kid spat out feces the moment he came up. He has no good intentions." Looking at his cowardice, Yunxiao sneered and said, "I'm vomiting shit? Who was the one who said that the southern mountain range was a godforsaken place? Do you think that Lord Wei can't tell whether you're looking down on him or I'm maliciously attacking him? Don't talk nonsense. I'll kill you with one palm if you say another word," He Feng said angrily. You're looking down on Lord Wei's intelligence. Yunxiao sneered. Do you think you can slander Lord Wei as you please just because I don't say anything? All right, I'll stop. This debt. Lord Wei will settle with you sooner or later. You're so silly. Difeng was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at Wei Hongfu's extremely ugly expression, he didn't know how to explain. He had looked down on the southern mountain range first, but it was a fact that Wei Hongfu was in charge of the southern mountain range. The more he tried to explain, the worse it would get. Ding Ling looked at He Feng's cowardly face and felt greatly relieved. Now, Tianyuan Trading Company was on the decline. It was bullied by the crowd, but it was hard to resist. Even she, a young lady, was humiliated by some servants of other chambers of commerce at will. It was rare for her to vent her anger like this, so her impression of Yunxiao increased again. You are Li Yunxiao? Just as the situation was getting a little awkward, Shui Luoyan suddenly opened her mouth and said, Are you the city lord of Yanwu? Li Yunxiao? The one who defeated Luo Qingyun on Chonghua Island? Yunxiao frowned slightly and asked tentatively, You know Luo Qingyun? He was also very curious about Luo Qingyun's background. Not only had he seen many people, but his strength was also one of the most powerful among the younger generation. If he had not met him, a reborn martial emperor, he would have been invincible in Mount Meru. A strange look flashed across Shui Luoyan's face as she replied in a straightforward manner. Of course I know him, and Luo Qingyun is a target I've always wanted to surpass. One day, I'll defeat him. Then, she looked at Yunxiao in surprise and said in disbelief, You really defeated Luo Qingyun? You're just a 6-stars martial lord. I can kill you with one finger. Yunxiao laughed. I've become a Super Saiyan 3 with golden hair, and I can fly into the sky with a bamboo dragonfly. How difficult can it be for me to defeat Luo Qingyun? Shui Luoyan's face turned slightly red, but her gaze gradually turned cold as she said, You've been sending people to follow us? Yunxiao's face darkened as he snorted and said, I followed you? You've been talking nonsense in the tea house all day and ruining my reputation. Now, everyone in Xiangyang knows that I can turn into a scion and have bamboo dragonflies. I haven't even settled this score with you yet. Cough, cough. Difeng coughed a few times in embarrassment and snorted in disdain. We didn't see the battle on Chonghua Island. Who knows how you won? What's the big deal with adding oil to the fire and saying a few words in the middle of the process? Oh, I see. Yunxiao sneered and said slowly, Your mom is your grandma, and your grandma is your dad's sister. Your mom is your aunt, and your aunt is your grandma. Your dad is your grandpa, and your grandma is your dad's grandpa. Your brother is your nephew and your uncle. Your sister calls you Ingluo. Everyone was stunned. They were all dumbfounded and drenched in cold sweat. Where did this come from? The few of them were instantly stupefied by this complicated and chaotic relationship, and they all looked at He Feng in shock. Master Ding Ling asked carefully, Is this Kasaya real? He Feng flew into a rage as he pointed at Yunxiao and shouted, What are you talking about, you little beast? Yunxiao looked at him as if he were a fool and sneered. Anyway, it's fine as long as your dad and mom gave birth to you without an asshole. As for the process, I'll just add a few embellishments to it. It's not a big deal. He Feng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Yunxiao was deliberately filling his hole. If Wei Hongfu wasn't here, he would have already slapped him. But now he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst out, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, You're looking for death. The wind from his punch was like a mountain. With a single punch, all the tables in the tea house were instantly shaken to the corners and shattered into pieces. Wei Hongfu's pupils contracted. This He Feng actually dared to punch in front of him. A hint of displeasure flashed across his face. But then, he changed his mind and wanted to see how strong Yunxiao was. He had heard more than a dozen different versions of the rumors about Yunxiao, all of which were nonsense. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as he saw Yunxiao looking at him indifferently and saying with a smile, Lord Wei, I heard you were looking for me? Wei Hongfu was taken aback, but he immediately understood what Yunxiao meant. Yunxiao's meaning was obvious. You're looking for me for something, so stop it for me. He felt a little dizzy. He didn't know how this young man could remain so calm in the face of danger and even talk and laugh with him about conditions. He shouted helplessly and turned to Yifeng. "Stop!" With a flip of his hand, the wind from his palm instantly hit Yifeng's fist, blocking it. He said coldly, "I'm the host here today to invite Miss Ding and City Lord Li for tea. How can I let you spoil my mood?" He clenched his fist, and a fist the size of a watermelon condensed in the air, whistling as it shook Yifeng. Yifeng was shocked and didn't dare to receive the attack. He quickly retreated. The fist shadow suddenly stopped, and the entire space trembled slightly. The fist wind directly exploded, but it did not produce a huge energy impact. Instead, a small black ball directly cracked open in the space, and it continued to crack. Everyone was safe and sound under this punch. Only Yifeng, who was the furthest away, felt an intense force tearing his body apart. His meridians were instantly damaged by more than half, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding Ling and Shui Luoyan's hearts trembled. When a martial honor attacked, even a simple punch like this could easily kill a martial emperor. Yifeng clutched his chest and glared at Xianxia with hatred, but he did not dare to say a word. Wei Hongfu didn't even look at him. He only said in a cold voice, "I'm discussing matters with Miss Ding and City Lord Li. If you have nothing else to say, you may leave. Don't disturb our mood." In terms of rank, his position in the 10,000 Treasures Tower was similar to Yifeng's in the Mando Chamber of Commerce. In terms of background, the 10,000 Treasures Tower could firmly suppress the Mando Chamber of Commerce, so he could not help but be unconvinced. Yifeng endured the humiliation and cupped his fists. "Lord Wei, we'll meet again. Li Yunxiao, Ding Ling. I'll remember what happened today." He waved his hand and immediately left with Shui Luoyan. "I'm the one who offended you," Yunxiao said in surprise. "What does it have to do with Miss Ding? Why is she being blamed as well?" Ding Ling was also confused. Yunxiao smiled and said, "I understand. That's a hatred transfer technique. It was Lord Wei who injured him, but he did not dare to take revenge on Lord Wei, so he put the blame on Miss Ding. TSK. The Mando Chamber of Commerce's divine skills are indeed unrivaled." Yifeng had just walked out of the door when he heard Yunxiao's words clearly. He was so angry that he coughed up another mouthful of blood and staggered away. When Shui Luoyan stepped through the threshold, she suddenly turned around and stared at Yunxiao. "You defeated Luo Qingyun. I'm looking forward to fighting you in Mount Meru." Ding Ling cold face returned to normal when she saw her walking away. She said, "This Shui Luoyan doesn't know what's good for her and thinks too highly of herself. Yunxiao, you don't have to be polite when we get to Mount Meru. Teach him a good lesson." Wei Hongfu chuckled. "Shui Luoyan is extremely famous in the Merchant Union. She and Miss Ding are known as the twin flowers of the Merchant Union. The number of young men pursuing her in the Merchant Union is no less than the number of young men pursuing Miss Ding." Ding Ling blushed and said anxiously, "Lord Wei, you can't talk nonsense. I don't have anyone to pursue." She did not know why, but at this moment, her heart was beating very fast. She even stole a glance at Yunxiao, and her heart was pounding like a deer, making her extremely nervous. Wei Hongfu suddenly came to a realization and quickly smiled. "Haha, I understand. I'm a big mouth, I'm really a big mouth." Although Miss Ding Ling had countless suitors, she had always been alone and pure. "Cloud Sky City Lord, please don't misunderstand my words." Yunxiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and murmured, "What does this have to do with me?" Ding Ling was even more anxious, and her face turned red. "That's right, what does it have to do with Yunxiao? Lord Wei, if you say any more nonsense, I'll leave." She was really angry. How could a girl behave herself in such an occasion? But what made her even angrier was that Yunxiao had something to do with him. For some reason, when she heard that, she felt very disappointed and irritated. Wei Hongfu hurriedly smiled and begged for mercy. Only then did Ding Ling sit down with a dark face. But she was still angry at Yunxiao's words. Yunxiao felt a little embarrassed as well. So he said, "Lord Wei, Did you really summon Miss Ding and me for tea? Wei Hongfu chuckled and said, I won't beat around the bush. The opening of Mount Meru in Firecrow Empire could be considered a big event. After all, at this time the good and the bad were mixed together. All the major forces would infiltrate into the southern region. They were afraid that something unfavorable to the Myriad Treasure Tower would happen. Therefore, the headquarters sent me here to protect the interests and status of the Myriad Treasure store in the southern region. Wei Hongfu paused after he finished speaking. He wanted to see their reactions. Ding Ling seemed to be absent-minded and angry. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was sipping the tea as if he had not heard him, which made him feel embarrassed. Cough cough. By the way, City Lord of Cloud Sky City, Master Su Zijua, the former head of Myriad Treasure Store's branch in Firecrow Empire, asked me to tell you that he would like to thank you for providing him with the recipe of Xiaoyang pill. The previous Tower Lord? Yun Xiao sipped his tea, then gently put down the cup and said, Is Master Su Zijua no longer in his position? After Master Su Zijua went to the Sea of Soul Formation, Wei Hongfu said with a smile, he was lucky enough to be promoted to a 6th-tier Great Alchemist. He's currently continuing his cultivation in the Sea of Soul Formation, so he's no longer the head of the Firecrow Empire branch. Then, who will take over? Yun Xiao asked. Who will take over? Don't tell me that Lord Wei is personally taking up the position? Wei Hongfu laughed and said, How can I? Although I'm the financial emissary in charge of the Southern Region branch, I rarely stay here, and I'm not familiar with the internal affairs of Firecrow Empire at all. After Master Su Zijua left, only Yin Zhaoyang and Gon Deming were left. Gon Deming was a 4-stars martial grandmaster, stronger than Yin Zhaoyang. He was calm and steady, so he was indeed the best choice. But in Luo, he gave Yun Xiao a meaningful look, then smiled and said, But I heard that Yin Zhaoyang and the Cloud Sky City Lord have a good relationship. This Lao AI is really making things difficult for me. Yun Xiao cursed the old fox in his heart, but he still kept a bright smile on his face and said, This is Myriad Treasure Store's internal business. Yin Zhaoyang and I do have some personal ties, but does it matter? Of course. Wei Hongfu said with a serious face. In order to measure a person's ability, apart from his own strength and attitude in handling things, his network is also an extremely critical factor. If Yin Chaoyang can have a good friend like the Cloud Sky City Lord, then he will definitely be qualified to be the head of the Firecrow Empire branch. Ding Ling also came back to her senses from her unhappiness, and her eyes flickered. Wei Hongfu was obviously trying to do Yun Xiao a favor by saying that. It seemed that he must have something to ask Yun Xiao for next, but he did not know what it was. If it was her, she would definitely not agree in a hurry and would make a decision after pushing around. Yun Xiao knew this, but he sneered in his heart. Even if he promoted Yin Zhaoyang to be the head of the southern region, he would not accept this favor, let alone promote him to a mere tower lord. Elder Yin's strength is indeed extraordinary. Wei Hongfu was stunned. Her words were so vague that he didn't know what to do. He had a puzzled look on his face. This brat was only so little, why did he speak so old school? Ding Ling was also looking at Yun Xiao in surprise, with a smile in her eyes. But Yun Xiao chuckled. Elder Yin has indeed given me a lot of help. That's good. Wei Hongfu clapped his hands and laughed. It seems that Yin Zhaoyang's brain and vision are still better than Gon Deming's, which is extremely important for a branch head. Then we'll make sure that he is the Tower Master of Firecrow Empire. Hee. Yun Xiao chuckled without saying a word and continued to slowly taste his tea. For a moment, no one spoke, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Wei Hongfu had a bitter look on his face. The kid in front of him replied to every word he said. He was like an old fox and couldn't get anything out of him. He could only go straight to the point. City Lord of Cloud Sky City, I heard that you handed over more than 1,000 quota crystals to Tianyuan Trading Company for auction. What? Yun Xiao frowned slightly and said, What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Ding Ling also frowned. She seemed to have understood something, and her face darkened. Wei Hongfu rubbed his hands together and smiled. More than 1,000 spots to enter Mount Meru. This cake is a bit big. Although the people who will be participating in the auction are all from Firecrow Empire, I'm sure that there will be a large number of crystals being sold. Not only the other two empires, but even the young geniuses from the other three regions will come one after another. He gently sipped his tea, stared at Ding Linger's eyes, and said indifferently, "The auction this time has probably not only shocked the entire southern region, but has also caught the attention of the superpowers on the continent. Will Miss Ding be able to handle this situation alone?" A trace of anger flashed across Ding Linger's face. She snorted coldly and said, "I've also considered this problem. However, the iron law of the Holy Capital is there, and the people of the other three regions can only do things in secret. How dare they do it in the open? Tianyuan Trading Company may not be as good as it used to be, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse," she sneered arrogantly. "How can we not support an auction? Lord Wei, you're looking down on our Chamber of Commerce. Hee. Don't be so agitated, Miss Ding." Wei Hongfu slowly explained, "I'm not looking at your Chamber of Commerce. It's just that your Chamber of Commerce's main forces are not in the southern mountain range. Miss Ding's power was very limited, and it was too late to mobilize it now. If anything were to go wrong with the auction, not only would Cloud Sky City suffer a huge loss, but it would also suffer a great loss. It was also an unbearable blow to Tianyuan Trading Company, which was on the verge of collapse. By then, the weakness of Tianyuan Trading Company will be exposed to all the forces." Ding Linger's face changed slightly, and there was indeed a struggle in her eyes. The auction was undoubtedly a great opportunity to show the strength of Tianyuan Trading Company to all the forces. However, if she failed, the result would be something she could not bear. When Yun Xiao presented the auction opportunity to her, she was so happy that she almost fainted. However, a series of questions immediately popped up in her mind. She immediately sent a letter back to the headquarters of Tianyuan Trading Company, asking for help from experts, afraid that they wouldn't be able to control the situation. However, just as Wei Hongfu had said, it was too late. He was afraid that the auction would have already started by the time the experts of Tianyuan Trading Company arrived. The entire city of Yanwu had been temporarily sealed off by a barrier set up by the three major forces. Everyone had gathered in Xiangyang City, and there were crooks mixed in with the honest folk everywhere. If she had not been discovered by Wei Hongfu today, she would not have known that the people from the Mando Chamber of Commerce had also arrived. It was possible that disciples from other merchant unions would also come, and Tianyuan Trading Company would be eager to make a fool of themselves, or even try to make things difficult for them. At the thought of this, Ding Linger looked even more worried. Wei Hongfu saw through her worries and was secretly delighted. He immediately struck while the iron was hot. If Miss Ding were to host this auction together with our Myriad Treasure store, it would be very different. Not only will there be no problem, but it will also send a vague signal to the world, making them think that Tianyuan Trading Company and Myriad Treasure store have a certain tacit understanding. To your Chamber of Commerce, this is also a great benefit. Ding Linger's face was full of struggle, and her heart began to hesitate. Although there were many benefits in cooperating with the Myriad Treasure Tower, the drawbacks were also enormous. She could not make up her mind for a moment, so she looked at Yun Xiao pleadingly, wanting to hear his opinion. But on second thought, he smiled bitterly in his heart. Yun Xiao was just a talented young man, and he had amazing talent in martial arts. How could a 15-year-old youth like him know about such business matters and the infighting between forces? He immediately shook his head slightly. When Yun Xiao saw the struggle on her face, he laughed and said, "This is good. It's more secure to find a few more forces to cooperate with." Ding Linger smiled bitterly and thought, as expected, this silly boy only knew how to cultivate. How could things be so simple? Wei Hongfu immediately smiled like a flower and said happily, "Haha, the city lord is right. If they worked together, it would be beneficial to both sides, but if they were separated, it would be harmful to both sides." Ha ha ha. Yun Xiao laughed as well, but the smile on his face suddenly disappeared as he said calmly, "However, cooperation is cooperation, but the primary and secondary needs to be clear. Tianyuan Trading Company will be the main force of this auction, and Myriad Treasure Store will be the auxiliary force. This point must be made clear. Ding Ling Er's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Yunxiao in surprise. Her eyes filled with emotion. This was also what she was most conflicted about. If they were to cooperate, Myriad Treasure Store would definitely be the main force. At that time, Tianyuan Trading Company would become a vassal. What would people think of it? However, Wei Hongfu would never agree to let Myriad Treasure Store be ranked second. As expected, Wei Hongfu immediately shook his head in shock after hearing that. What? Impossible, this was impossible. My Myriad Treasure Store is the head of the 7 Merchant Union. How can we be ranked second? Yunxiao smiled and said, Don't worry. If Myriad Treasure Store wants to interfere in this auction, I won't let you be the second place. Eh? You mean Ying Luo? Wei Hongfu was a little stunned, and Ding Ling also looked puzzled. Third, Yunxiao said word by word. Third. He looked at the two of them whose mouths could fit watermelons and said, After hearing what you said just now, I'm really afraid that things will go wrong. So, I'm going to ask Master Bailey to participate in this with the power of the Alchemist Association to assist Tianyuan Trading Company. If Myriad Treasure Store also has this intention, I will naturally welcome it very much. This buy-in. Wei Hongfu was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect that his words would attract the attention of a giant like the Alchemist Association. Although Myriad Treasure Store was a powerful existence on the continent, it was still not on the same level as the Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association is a supreme existence, he said unhappily. How could they participate in this kind of auction? Yunxiao chuckled and said leisurely, Lord Wei doesn't need to worry about this. You only need to consider whether Myriad Treasure Store is willing to be third and participate in hosting this auction. Ding Ling Er's heart was moved, and she was so excited that she couldn't express it. She knew that Yunxiao seemed to have a mysterious relationship with the Alchemist Association, but she did not expect that he could ask Bailey Gongjin to help him. As a 6th-tier alchemist, Bailey Gongjin's status was extremely noble. Not to mention the Alchemist Association itself was extremely powerful. Even if Bailey Gongjin was the only one in charge, it was enough to intimidate all kinds of people.